Hello. Sorry I'm late, guys. I'm sorry that I'm late, but we're here. So, sad news in the world of Borderlands. Last night when I logged off, there was a patch, which is fine. But it looks like we lost our customization during that patch. Which makes me think I wasn't supposed to have it yet. Yeah. My cool head with the sunglasses and my cool jacket are gone. So it makes me think I wasn't supposed to have it. Hi, Oni! Welcome in, how are you? Hi, Nikki. Hi, Horseman. Hi, Zara. Welcome in. Yeah, so customization. Head. Yeah, see, it's literally not even here now. Like, it's not even an option anymore. It's not that it's locked. It's literally not an option. So that's interesting. No fair, give it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I wonder if I wasn't supposed to have it yet. You know? Like, I wonder if you get it for, like, beating the game. And for some reason, it was unlocked for me. Hi, Tori. Welcome in. Oops. Did I go all the way? Hmm. Well, I haven't unlocked all of these anyway. That's not... They didn't take those away. The little wings. I think I'm gonna leave the birthday hat. I don't know what her deal is today. She is just like she won't lay down in her bed over here. She's just like, she's all over the place. Ellie, no. Come on. Thank you. That one.
Some of these aren't even really cute. That's kind of cool, but it's not really cute. Mm-mm. It's not even that she's too hyper. Ooh. It's literally that she, like... She just like, doesn't want to lay down. Like, she doesn't want to lay down and do anything. She just, like... She just keeps, like, walking around. She keeps getting into things. I don't know. Oh. I forgot I have these. Nice. She is. She's just like right now, she's not even in her bed. She's halfway out of her bed. What are you chewing on? There you go. The good thing about her being a puppy, though, is that when she's doing something she's not supposed to be, she's kind of still dumb enough that you can just be like, here, chew this one instead, and she'll just take it from you and just take that and start doing that instead of the thing that she was doing before. So like she was like chewing on like a piece of plastic that she must have found on the floor or something, and all I did was I took her toy and I put her toy into her mouth and took the piece of plastic out, and she just started like chewing on I was like, yeah, just do this instead. And so I was like, didn't even notice. That's what pressure to do. She'd lay half on and half off her bed. That's what she's doing. Like her butt's like sticking out. Just her head and her front arms are in the bed, and like her butt and her back legs are out. And I'm like, is that comfortable? As long as you're comfortable, I guess. As long as you're comfortable, I guess. This one's kind of cool. Let's do that one for now until maybe we unlock another one. Oh, actually, no. This is the one. This is obviously the one, chat. Well, that one's kind of cute too. This is okay. So pink and green, or pink and purple. Pink and green are like my favorite combo. Oh, I don't have that one unlocked. Never mind. For some reason, I thought it was unlocked. I guess I don't know how to read. Reading is hard. So I guess we're using the pink one. What else do we have equipped? Oh, it changes it in the inventory. That's new. It didn't used to do that before. Yeah, look, it changes it in inventory. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. They didn't used to do that before. Where is... That's one. That's two. That's three. Where's my fourth gun? Two. Three. Four. Oh, I did do all four. Okay. What, Ellie? Miss Ellie. Miss Ellie. There you go. Good girl. Okay. First of all, what are we doing? No, we're not doing this one. Don't want to do that. Let's do this one. It's the closest. I also remapped some of my stuff from my keys like I wanted to. Why do I feel like... why do I feel like I'm crouched? I'm like crunched in my desk, but... I'm good now. Ba-do-ba-do-ba-do. Hello. Done before stream. Yeah, I just like, you know, I had to help my mom like outside with the chickens. I had to help her move some stuff that's too heavy for her. I had to take Ellie out. I had to shower. I had to clean up my stream room a little bit because when I do like long streams like this, I don't really have the opportunity to kind of like clean the room up, so it ends up getting kind of messy from like, you know, eating in here and like being in here for several days at a time.
What's next?
Nice.
So yeah.
Now we just have to open it. Remember how this works?
Jesus
just
Christ.
listen to my instructions and work fast because the clock's ticking. Punch the button to kick us off. Flip that switch. Shoot the panel.
Ah, shit.
Pull the lever. Smack the button. Press the button. You got rocks between your ears.
Press
Just
the
follow
button.
the instructions.
Oh,
One more time.
interesting.
Whenever you're ready, punch. Flip that switch. Shoot the panel. Pull the lever. Melee the button. Press the button. Pull the lever.
Interesting.
Press the button.
Press.
Melee the button.
Hit.
Press the button. Shoot the panel. Flip that switch. Press the button. Shoot the panel. Flip that switch. Pull the lever. Flip that switch. Pull the lever. Press the button. Shoot the panel. Melee the button. Flip that switch. Alright, that wasn't too bad. Help yourself. I already got my cut.
I hate playing Bop It.
Wanna crack another one?
Hi, Mark. How are you? Welcome in. Good to see you, friend. It kind of does, honestly. Like, I know that sounds gross, but like, it kind of does. It kind of turns gross in here. A big ass Bop It? Yeah. Apparently I didn't sell my stuff when I was over here, which is very strange. Oops. T for fast travel. Just woke up. I just woke up too. I slept in too late on accident. On accident. So you can only do 5 contracts at a time. Well, you can only have 5 contracts at a time.
Time to capitalize on
So we need to
their
get some of our
incompetence.
contracts done so we can pick up more new contracts. Is sleeping in really an accident? It was because I wanted to play this all day. I was gonna stream this all day, and so I wanted to wake up. I wanted to wake up at like 10 so that I could get all my shit done so I could be live at noon. And I didn't set an alarm like a bozo. And I slept till like 1:20, and I was like, holy shit. Challenge complete. Oh yeah, let's do the wild horns. Where was that? I think it's like literally like here. Your boy broker than the motherfucking Joker. Rent and build and feeds cats. Oh, that's a bummer. That's why I'm playing Borderlands 1. You got a diabetes? A diabetes? I'm sorry to hear that. Luckily, like, it's kind of easy to maintain. But yeah, expensive. 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 Well, I tried to get sponsored by 2K so I could give out some keys. And they were like, nah fam, your numbers is trash. And I was like, fair. Ellie, lay down, baby. If you just lay down and settle down, you know? Maybe I was wrong. I thought it was like over in this like field over here. Glucose curve on the 26 to see if it needs a higher or lower. Yeah, like I said, like it's usually decently easy to maintain. The fade fields. Hungering Plain. Right. Oh, right. We're still in here. Wait, that's... There's a big old spacer there, right? There. There's a space. It's different. Okay, so maybe I was wrong. Maybe it's not there. So where was it? I literally thought it was the fields like right behind this area. Doing good for a week? Good. Good. I'm glad it's not stressful for anybody. 2K partnership would be sweet. I know. They like posted on Twitter and they're like, oh, streamers of all sizes, blah, 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 apply. And whenever they say that, I'm always like, yeah, but do you actually mean all sizes? Because they usually don't. Like, Bandai Namco said streamers of all sizes, and then they did not take a single person who wasn't a Twitch partner. So, like, yeah, you mean all sizes because you didn't care about their viewership, but you wanted them to have a fucking check next to their name. So, this doesn't tell me. It literally just says... Think a wild horn... Collect horns from the Fade Fields wild horns. And I've gotten 9, which means that I've been there. Right, show on map. It just shows where I am. Maybe I am right. Maybe it is over here, and there's... there's just none for some reason? Gotta stop slouching. Gotta stop slouching. Are you? Yep.
As freaking if.
Nope. Okay. Jimbo, and then I tried this one too, and he wasn't over here. Red Dead. Not going to lie, it would be cool to partner with 2K. But see, Red Dead is old. So like, I'm not sure what kind of stuff for Red Dead they would be giving to their partners, you know what I mean? Like usually when you partner with a game company like that, it's when new stuff comes out. Like that's why like, because I'm partnered with Enshrouded and with Nightingale, which are 2 of the survival craft games that I play. And that's why whenever there's an Enshrouded update, I have to do a stream because I'm partnered with them and they want you to show off the new stuff, you know.
Woo! Here to hurt bodies and...
Oh shit, hold on. I got distracted and I went, there we go. I went over towards that, and that's the race, which I don't want to do. Well, maybe I can do the, I mean, might be able to do the race now. It's been a little bit. It's been a little bit. Mark, did you play Borderlands 3? Yo, stop moving. Ooh. That's funny. Oh my god, he died. He bit me in the ass and he died. They do events online. Well, I mean, I guess in that case, but I'm not like... See, it's also tough because I'm not... Like, I'm not a Red Dead online streamer. You know what I mean? So... It's just tough. It's because, like, they want people who play their games and, like, are passionate about their games to be able to advertise their games. You know? So, like, yeah, I played Red Dead once, and I'm playing Red Dead 2 after this. Like, they're gonna be like, okay, cool. But if I'm like, yeah, I play Red Dead Redemption 5 days a week on stream, or Red Dead Online 5 days a week on stream, I've been playing for blah, 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 like, they're gonna be like, oh, we're gonna sponsor you, you know? There's a lot about the content, too. But, like, I've played all the Borderlands games. I've played all the Borderlands games on stream. I played the Tiny Tina games. You know, like... I have been playing these games and representing them on stream for years. But I don't think my numbers were big enough for them. Because Cal, the guy who I was on the Elden Ring team with, and he, you know, he gets pretty okay viewership. They said yes to him, and he got sponsored by 2K, so... Trying to sound cool. No, I know. I'm just, like I said, we're just chatting. I'm just chatting. But he's fine. Like I said, I didn't expect a yes. A yes just would have been nice. Not mean. Not mean. My sleeve is like bunched up against like the edge of where my mouse pad is. It's making it very uncomfortable. Oh, I somehow hit my... Ah? Okay. See, I came over here before, and the guy that I'm supposed to kill wasn't here. I would carry the 2K name well, thanks. Like I said, it's... Like, when you guys hear me talk about, like, oh, my numbers, like, it's not, like, that I want... Like, it's not that, like, I want Twitch to pay my bills, like, those kind of numbers. Like, it affects things like, yeah, like, I would have liked to get a 2K partnership. Like, I really would have liked to get the Bandai Namco partnership. You know? That's why, like, I get upset about numbers and I get stressed about numbers. You know? I want opportunities to be able to play games and to represent games that I love. And unfortunately, that doesn't always happen when you don't have good numbers. Yeah. Okay, so supposedly this guy is in this search area. Which means, I mean, it could be a big area. Well, no, it doesn't. It's not a big area. It's here. Bounty, view contract. Take them out, regain my rightful place. Kill Jimbo in Hungering Plain. Right. So I don't think it's exactly where this is. Clearly, it's not here. Like, Victoria is also a 2K partner. Obviously, she does wonderful. And she is wonderful, and I love her, but... You know, it's just like things like that, and it's like, I would love to have these opportunities. I would love to be able to represent... Like, I would have loved to play this game all weekend and be able to give codes out to my community so that they could play too. You know, like... It would have been fucking sweet. Jimbo! Jimbo, my buddy, come get killed. What is that? Why is that? I really don't know, like... I really don't know where else to look. If he's supposed to be in this area. Like, there's no one over here? Bro, did the patch break the game? Like, shouldn't enemies be respawning anyway? Because I haven't been over here in a hot minute? Huh. Where is Jimbo? I'm about to look it up and just to make sure that I'm not crazy and it's not like bugged or something. Oh, Ellie! Ellie! This is why, Ellie! This is why you can't chew on cords. Lay down. No. No, you need to lay down. No. Stop. Stop. Oh my god, that scared the piss out of me. No, she was over in the corner over here and she knocked my fucking ring light over. The ring light almost fell over onto my monitor. Ugh. Ellie, go lay down. Stop that. Stop that. Lay down. No, that scared me because it fell. I think I scared her though, because she's in her bed now. She was not before. No, no. Well, I'm terrified of that. I don't want that to happen, and I'm afraid that's gonna happen. Because she keeps crawling around over here. Alright, who am I looking? Kill Jimbo. Why is Jimbo not fucking spawning? Kill. Ain't the worst thing. Yeah, right? It's not even coming up. It's literally not even coming up. That's so weird. So I don't know where this guy is. Like, it says that he's right here. But he's clearly not. And I don't know how to get him to spawn. Is there an... Okay, is there an underground area? Is he, like, under? It doesn't say down, though. Does anyone here have to go underground for him? No. I think that ended up being a different one. So there's nothing, there's no, like, you can't go in any of these. It's because they're dark. See, you can't go in any of those. These are all dark. Which means I can't enter them. See. Can't go in here. Not there. Okay, so here's the respawn. Here's the Moxies. For what? For Sydney Pointy Legs. Oh yeah, I don't want to fight that guy again. That was crazy. Right. So then it says that he's right... see? Like, here's the marker. Right here. This is where it says that the event is. Like, is it above somehow? Is he over there? Jimbo! I'm gonna try this. I don't think it's over here. Like, this is too far. So it says, like, there's a guy who wants to take, like, the spotlight. Which doesn't make sense. Does this game even turn nighttime? I haven't seen it turn night. Oh, I haven't seen it turn night. Are you Jimbo? I don't know how my nails are getting so trashed when all I do is play video games. What's that? Hello? Is there a gym or a bow here? These little birdhouses. Purge guard. Okay, that's clearly not it. What is this? There's something in here. There's a chest in here. Oh yeah. What's up, rabbit? Hey, did you do this bounty?
Are you lurking at me?
Did you do this kill Jimbo bounty? Motherfucker will not spawn, and I don't know what else to do. Because he's definitely not anywhere near the marker. Well, that sucks, because he's nowhere near the fucking marker, and I've gone over there a bunch of times, and, like, I don't know what else to do. Motherfucker is not where they say he is. Oh, I have. I'll go back over and I'll show you. Everybody dead. Everybody's so dead. Also, the patch last night from... I don't know what time the patch came out because I was live all day, but when I ended stream yesterday, my game immediately patched, and I lost my fucking cosmetics? Like, what the fuck is that shit? Yeah, I lost a bunch of cosmetics after the patch last night. So clearly I was not supposed to have them, but that's bullshit. Yeah. So I lost the third outfit. There was a third outfit, which was like a leather jacket, which is what I was wearing, and that's gone. And then I lost... There was a head that had like a long pony, like it had like these sunglasses, and it had like a long ponytail, and that's not even here now. Same problem, but with different people. Yeah, I'll go back over there again. I mean, I've killed everybody, and there's a boss right over there. There's like a Moxie sign to replay a boss right over there too, so I'm afraid it's like actually bugged. All right, let me go back over here. Did anyone on Reddit say they lost their cosmetics overnight? I hope it wasn't like my deluxe edition shit. It was posted 2 days ago. Yeah, well, the game came out 2 days ago, so it makes sense. But yeah, it was patched last night. Try quit to menu. I just loaded up for the day. Like, I've loaded up. I just started for the day. And this is a quest that I tried last night, too. Like, it was the first thing I did when I started the game up. I was like, whoa, let's go try to get this thing. His name is, it says it's Kill Jimbo. Right here on my... Kill Jimbo. And he's right up there. I just have to go around because of the way that this map is. I guess... Technically... Yeah. I guess I technically have to go around. But he's right next to... He's right next to Sydney Pointy Legs. Which is like the guy with like the bot legs that like goes in the air and spins. So I'm hoping that that doesn't have something to do with it. You remember seeing Jimbo? Well, he won't spawn for me over here. See, like, everybody dead. Oh, wait, here's somebody. No, this is above me? Boomst. Boomst. Oh.
Okay, thanks, bye!
Okay, thanks, bye! Oh, I don't want to fight him again. Yeah, see, there's literally nobody here. This isn't his exact marker, though. I'll go over to where his marker is. So here's the respawn for Sydney, right here. And then he's supposedly, according to the marker, over here. But he hasn't fucking spawned. Alright, I guess we'll try Sydney again, which fucking sucks. I have to pay for that. I have to pay money for that. Hello? There we go.
Oh, hi, thanks for checking in. I'm
Still a piece of garbage. Hi, Paul. How did I know it was you? Alright, where the fuck is the boss guy? You know, exactly. Fuck you! Fucking bullshit. But the ice just blew me up. What is damaging me? Poison? My own? Come here, I have to pray I can kill this dude. Oh, I can't because everyone just moves. Bro, the AI in this game. Waste all that money.
Dying? Not for me.
Yep, see, none of these guys are back. And then these guys are gone because I died, right? This is such bull. I'm not paying for that shit again. That's fucking stupid. Who was just talking? Oh, here's a person. Oh my gosh, they all spawned in behind me and shit. Cool, cool, cool. I appreciate that game. Thank you. I can't see shit. These turrets, bro. Whoever added these turrets to the game needs to go fuck themselves.
Fully automatic.
Yay! Yay! I love this. He's not over here though. Yeah, see? He wasn't here either. Wasn't him either. I do like the map. I do agree, it is pretty. Huh. Well. And I can't, like, get rid of a contract, can I? Like, it's just gonna stay on my shit now. Okay. Okay, thank you. I don't know, man. That's kind of annoying. Abandoned contract. Oh, okay, cool. Abandon that shit. Cool. Alright, now let's go back and get new contracts. Because I don't want to do this one. Just because it's fucking annoying. Let's look at this echo log. One person's pissed because they lost a legendary gun they farmed for with this patch. Listen, there has never been a Borderlands game that had no issues on launch day. It has never happened. But, yeah, taking shit away because of the patch is bullshit. One thing about Borderlands games that pisses me off. There is no PvP in this game. This is like, I mean, there is PvP, but you have to choose to do it with your friends. But there's no, like, I'm not gonna walk around and just randomly stumble upon, a real-life person and, like, you know, fuck their shit up. Okay? There's no, like, that kind of PvP in this game. They are constantly patching guns and effects and stuff like that because idiots will complain and be like, this is too powerful. And so it's like, they'll like, people will build whole builds based around like certain weapons with certain passive abilities and certain things like that. And they'll fucking patch it. And it's like, why? Why? Let me make my ice build that just fucking breaks everything. Like, who fucking cares? I'm not fighting other people, I'm fighting the world. Like, who fucking cares? But they will, they'll patch that shit, and it's so funny. There's 60 billion guns. Don't use that one. Not only that, but like a lot of times it's like you have to have like an entire, like you have to have a build, like you have to have the artifact that gives you the passive, and then you have to have like this particular legendary, if like you have to grind for these to get these over cranked builds. Like I had a build specifically in Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. It was an ice build, and I had to grind, and I had to re-roll, and I had to grind so I could get a very specific passive on a weapon so that it would work. And then they fucking patched it. They fixed, like, they patched it, and it was like, why? What? Like, I had to do a bunch of work. Queen's Cry. Oh, do you remember the porcelain pipe bomb at launch that was like melting bosses? I did that on accident. We didn't know that it was bugged, and I threw it at oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank. The platform, and there's the big guy at the end, and he like slams the platform. I can't remember what it is. It starts with a G, I think. Anyway, I threw it at that boss because I was just playing with my friends, like whatever. And it like melted him, and my friends were so pissed off at me. I was like, I didn't know. But yeah, they ended up patching it. But yeah, not builds. Builds is different. Like I had to get very specific items to make that build work. And then somebody fucking whined about it, and then it got patched. Yeah, just hold on. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. 13,000% damage is crazy. And randomized spell stats. It's just crazy. It's all crazy to me. Stop trying to get me to go here. It's not gonna happen. Stop. Stop trying to make fetch happen. Alright, where's my main quest? Here it is. Rush the gate. Track that mission. Go here. Okay. Crazy. She's finally asleep. Holy shit. You are not telling me to go this way now. Yeah, I put a new thing on here, so it should go faster, right? I put a modifier on it. Want to do a raid boss? Sure. I'm 26 now, so halfway. Still using 34 guns. Do they not have a team of people? Horseman, is this your first Borderlands launch? It doesn't excuse it, it doesn't make up for it, but like, yeah, Borderlands games always come out with a bunch of fucking problems. So funny story, day one of Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, the multiplayer didn't work. So like a Borderlands game with no fucking multiplayer. I just play games because they look cool. Yeah. Wait, why did it do that? Wait, this is where I wanted to— what? Why did it do that? You're right with the tracking. Like I tracked— I literally have this tracked and it brought me over here. Jacobs with recursion bolt. Yeah. Oh yeah. And that was another thing. Like, there were builds for other characters that I didn't play. And I wasn't complaining, like— it just be like that sometimes, you know? I really needed that nerf. Yeah, but like, if somebody on my team had that build, I wouldn't be like, oh my god, this flak build needs to be nerfed. I'd be like, bro, that shit's crazy. Let us get some damage in. You know? Like, I ended up playing Borderlands 3 with somebody like that, and it was like he would just walk into a room and just like kill everything, and we'd be like, dude, is that fun? Like, is that fun? Like, you're not playing at that point. I don't know. I like that's not fun for me. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. More than— that's what I'm saying. Like, you'll still play the game, you know, like this particular person literally went online, bought a character that was max level, bought a bunch of legendaries, bought a bunch of golden keys, which you can do that now, guys. I don't know if you know this. Basically, people will like patch in like 1,000 golden keys into their inventory and then send you the save file of their character, and you can like import it into your game. It's fucking stupid, but that's what he did. We were like, oh, let's play Borderlands 3 as like a group of friends, and he was like, all right, bet. And yeah, he went online and he bought a max level character while we like played the game, and then he would just join us and just like throw a grenade or do something and everything would die, and we'd be like, bro, that's not even fun, dude. Maybe I'm just old school, but like, I don't know. I like to play the game that's been presented to me. If I don't like it, then that's one thing, but I at least try to play the game the way the game was made. Would join, yeah, ruined lobbies. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not fun. Like, if I'm like, hey, I'm struggling with this boss, will you help me? I just mean, like, let's play the game together and, like, do this, like, fight this boss together. I don't mean, hey, I need you to come in and kill this boss for me and not even let me try. Making a cool game. It's not even that. Like that's the same thing. Like, that's why I won't mod my games immediately. Like, people are like, I don't like this. Like, I hope there's a mod for it. And it's like, well, then that's not how the game was meant to be played. They made it this way for a reason, you know? Like, for example, like, here's a big thing. Like, when Baldur's Gate 3 came out and people immediately modded the game to be able to have all, like, to be able to have, like, a full party of, like, 10 companions, and they immediately modded the game to remove the level cap. And it's like, okay, but that's not how they made the game. They made the game and they only wanted you to play with 4 players so that you had to strategize and had to think about how your party works and your party moves. If you have 10 people, like, and 4 of them die, it doesn't fucking matter. That's not how the game was, that's not what they intended for the game. You know, they maxed you out at level 20, or at level 12, because if you're level 20 halfway through the game, because you've removed the level cap, why are you fighting these level 8 characters? Like, it's just, if the game skill, exactly, but it doesn't, because the game ended at level 12. So you're level 20, and the rest of the game taps out at 12, and it's like, and you've got 10 people in your party who are all level 20 instead of 4, like, you have removed everything about the game that makes the game challenging. Like I said, I'm just bitter, I think. I think people are too used to crying about getting anything and everything that they want at all times, and yeah. Versus cheating it. Exactly. Like, these people in, like, Night Rain who are like hacking in relics and stuff to be able to do, like, crazy amounts of damage and stuff like that. It's like, if you're not good at the game and you need to cheat to be good at the game, like, maybe you just need to practice, or, like, maybe this game's not for you. Like, if you can't play the game that you need to cheat to be able to do it, then, like, maybe it's not a game that you should be, like, can play. Like, that's happening so much in Night Rain right now, where people are cheating so bad and hacking in, like, weapons and abilities and stuff like that, because they're so bad. These players are so bad that the only way for them to be able to play the game is to do it with hacks and the cheats, because they're so bad. Yeah, it's literally an online co-op. I don't know. Like, is there a big difference between, like, visual mods? Yes. Like, quality of life mods, even those, sometimes I'm like, I probably wouldn't put quality of life mods on until it's a game that I've played for a while, you know? Survival games, quality of life mod might be different, but I'll usually, holy shit, who is launching these? Is it these guys? I actually can't tell who is launching this stuff. I think it's these dudes.
Salutations!
Jesus Christ. This is insane right now. Like, I don't even know what to do here. These like artilleries. Yes, it's them! Okay, it is their artillery strikes. Anyways, like I was saying, visual mods, one thing. Like, yeah, I played The Witcher 3 with a Henry Cavill mod because, like, teehee funny. But I didn't change anything else about the game at all. You know, like, there are people... Like, I know somebody who was like, oh, I played Fallout 4, but, like, I didn't want to have to, like, look for stuff and, like, look for ammo and stuff. So I played my very first playthrough of Fallout 4 with an unlimited ammo mod. And I'm like, wow, it's a desolate wasteland. That's literally part of the story. You're supposed to, like, scrap shit together. That's part of the story! Like, just say it was too hard. Just say it was too fucking hard. Just say it was too hard. I played this game for the very first time. I've never played it before, and I decided I just didn't want to do one of the mechanics in the game. So I just didn't. Like, that'd be like me, who has 1,500 hours in Fallout 4, who's like, you know what? Like, I don't want to have to do all the thing to unlock all these different, like, settlements. Like, I'm just gonna unlock all the settlements right off the get. Like, yeah, I put 1,500 hours into it and I did everything there was to do. And then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna save myself some time so I can get into the meat of the game that I know exists. But like, first playthrough, I've never played this game before ever. And I'm just like, I don't want to do part of the mechanics. I just don't want to.
Oh, come on, Rush. You're not trying to win this all on your own, are you?
This is the Crimson Resistance. No one's on their own.
Everyone, take Conway and get back to
Talk about this in Discord, people flying around. There's a reason why you ride a horse and wagon. That's what I'm saying.
It's up to us now, Vault Hunter. This way, the elevator.
Like, what about that is fun? I like... If you want to do all these things, if you want to fly around and you want to... Like, there are so many games out there that can do what you want to do. Like, there are so many sandbox games out there that play No Man's Sky and blow up the whole fucking world. Like, why do you have to do it for other people and ruin other people's time? That's what I don't get.
I can't let them die in vain.
Saul's about to get what he deserves.
Why? That's what I'm
Don't know
saying.
if I have anything
Why?
to say about it. Unfortunately for him, I do.
Mod
We're
a
in this
single player
together,
game. Who
remember?
fucking cares?
I don't care what I have to do. Saul dies today.
But when you mod an online game and you ruin other people's time and hard work and, you know, like, I'm very fortunate that I have a job with a consistent schedule. Like, I know, but when I get home, I have no kids, I have no husband, I have nothing to take care of other than myself and my dog. So I can spend 6 hours a day. I can spend 6 hours a day playing video games. I get that. But I also am respectful of the fact that some people maybe get an hour a day when they get home from work and before they have to take care of their... Like, I know some people can't spend 6, 10, 8, 12, 15 hours a day playing video games. Why would you ruin somebody else's shit? Why would you ruin somebody else's game? Why would you do that? You know, like, have you ever heard of any of these stories of parents getting mad at their kids and, like, deleting, like, Minecraft realms that these kids have had for, like, several years? It's like, that kid is never gonna trust you ever again. That kid is never gonna confide in you. That kid is never going to come to you when they have an issue. Like, you have now violated all the trust you have with your kid. She needs a breather. I needed a smoke is what I needed. I am getting worked up because I hate, I don't want to say the modding community because I don't hate the modding community. That's extreme. I hate people who the very first thing that they think of is I need to mod my game to make it play the way I want it to play instead of the way that this game has been made.
Rest in misery.
I don't know. Make your own game then. Play a survival game. Play a crafting game. Play any of these open world games that lets you like do all the shit that you're trying to do in games that don't belong there. That's like, okay, like here's a good, like, okay, that's like me playing Elden Ring and being like, I want to play Elden Ring so I can like, because I want to play Elden Ring for whatever reason, but I don't actually want to play Elden Ring. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mod my game so that like all the enemies in the entire game are dead and I don't have to kill or fight anything, but I want to play Elden Ring. So what, you want to walk around an open world with nothing? Like, is that... Then play fucking No Man's Sky or whatever. Elden Ring equals bragging rights? Hey, no, fuck you. I worked so hard. Elden Ring took me so long. I learned so much about gaming and patience. Like, I am very proud of the fact that I went from never playing one of those types of games to platinuming that game. I do have bragging rights. I earned that, and I worked hard. And but I fucking played for hundreds and hundreds of hours, and I fought bosses for hours and hours and hours. I earned that. You know? Sekiro? Okay, I feel like I wouldn't mind giving Sekiro a try, but I am very bad at parrying, just in general. Like, which is one of the reasons why Lies of P ended up being so difficult for me, is because they really wanted you to embrace the parrying mechanic, and I'm just so bad at it. Like, when I play, I'm almost done with Player Obscure, and I'm not parrying, I'm dodging. But I know that, you know? So like, what am I gonna do? Am I gonna download Sekiro and add like a dodge mod so I don't have to parry? I am sucked. That was such bullshit that black hole got me. I was definitely far enough away, and it had this tick damage too, which is kind of bullshit too. Since I honestly, this is now day 3 of this game. I did not know that the black holes did tick damage. I thought they just pulled you in. Five years later on a new game. 16? New game plus 16? You fucking masochist.
Where am I? Shit.
But I don't know, like, and I think that there's also like a generational gap now. Like, I didn't play any of I didn't play Demon Souls, Dark Souls, I didn't play any of those. I didn't play Bloodborne, because I can't, because it's not on PC. I went straight into Elden Ring, and then Lies of P, and, like, new stuff. I really feel like the magic and the allure, like, I feel like if I went back to Dark Souls 1 after starting on Elden Ring, I will be like, this is boring, this is slow, I don't like this movement, you know? So, like, I feel like the magic and the allure of the Souls games would be lost on me. But I would like the challenge. I would like the challenge of saying I've done them. I don't know. Anyway, play the games the way that the dev wanted you to play them at least once. Give them the respect. Elden Ring is by far the easiest of them all. That makes me sad that so many people feel that way. Like, I feel like Elden Ring isn't easier because it's easier. It's easier because it's different. Because, oh, I can't beat this boss. I can come back in 100 hours and try again. I don't have to. With Souls games, they're a little bit more linear, and it's like, you have to beat this boss, and you have to beat this boss, and this is the way forward. You have to beat this boss. I just think it's different. And I don't like when I'm like, oh, Elden Ring was my first Souls games, and everyone's like, well, Elden Ring is easy. It's like, it's not easy if you've never done that before.
Honestly, not bad.
Like, it's definitely not easy if that's something you've never done before. Like, Elden Ring was the hardest game I think I've ever played.
This may be my best work yet. Get far enough away from the blast zone. I'll join you once I activate the detonation sequence.
Or is this, like, not fast enough? What is going on? What is going on? Why is this not, like, working? Reach safe separation distance? Oh. Because he's gonna sacrifice himself, I guess?
Terrible liar. Guess they just know me too well.
Don't love the sound of that rush.
Remote
It sells
detonation
this. I know.
won't work.
It's just one of those things where it's like,
Has to be triggered manually.
I'm so proud of
Saul
it
will
because, like, I
retaliate if we
did
don't do
that.
this now.
I
Power
did that by
level.
myself. I did that.
And then I'm sorry.
And then people are like, well, that's because it's Elden Ring. And it's like,
Just like I said, I've got you.
fuck you, shut up. I knew he was going to. Bro, you didn't have to do all that. Bro, you didn't have to do all that.
Wait. What
Oh
the-
shit.
Where am I?
Emergency fast travel complete. I've got him, Vault
Oh
Hunter.
shit.
You go finish the job.
Oh shit.
Zadra, I'm alive. How?
You had the look of a man ready to do something foolish. I thought I'd do my best to prevent that.
Thank you. Look, what I said to you before.
No, you were right. I spent centuries at the Timekeeper's side. His coldness seeped into me. I'm still defrosting. Now to the matter at hand. Another of Saul's airships is preparing to launch. Stop it.
And then Saul himself. I'm gonna hold you to your promise, Vault Hunter.
Just leave it to me.
You defended the Outbounders. You killed my spy master. You took Sandra from me. And now you desecrate my fortress.
Oh, I did play Code Vein as well. I did play Code Vein. I didn't enjoy Code Vein, but it could be who I was playing Code Vein with, if I'm being totally honest. Listen, I have a lot of ruined memories of good games because of the people I was playing them with. Which is unfortunate. Didn't realize how good the shotgun from I noticed a bunch of damage, big clip and fully automatic. It's tedious when you reload it, chuck it and explodes, and it homes in, and it shoots at enemies while doing so. Really? I wonder which one that is, because I still didn't get mine. This is cryo, and I didn't even get to use it. Getting ready to do a boss run. You're still struggling in Elden, you gotta catch up. But you said Elden's so easy. Forsaken Chaos. Yeah, I don't think I got that. No AI. Oh, you mean like summons or whatever? It is easy. Yeah. Yeah. Bosses are still Miyazaki bosses. It's funny what bosses I struggle with versus like what bosses are considered like super hard bosses. Like, I beat Melania in about 2 hours worth of attempts. Like, yes, some attempts were terrible, for sure. But, like, I beat her in about 2 hours my first try. But then, like, Fire Giant took me a IRL month worth of trying.
Life on Kairos could have been something of value if you would just listen to the timekeeper.
Morganite freak?
No. You spat in his face. Come now. Let your flesh melt and serve me. Fulfill your purpose.
Losing my 1/6 Karis did the one thing I hate doing. I did a YouTube build. Mad damage. See, okay, funny story. I didn't do anything. I didn't look. My first Elden Ring playthrough, I didn't look anything up. My first playthrough was a Bloodhound's Fang, and then I ended up finding out that that's like the weapon that speedrunners use because it does such good bleed build, and that was just a coincidence. My second build was a double katana build, which started out as an Uchi katana, a cold Uchi katana, and a Moonveil, and then I ended up keeping Moonveil and then switching my cold Uchi katana for Rivers of Blood. So I had a Rivers of Blood Moonveil double katana build, and I primarily used Moonveil because I liked the long distance, like that I had range. Same thing. Ended up finding out that Moonveil was another one that like people were like, oh, if you use Moonveil, you cheesed the game. If you use Moonveil, you didn't really play the game. And I'm like, I just liked it. I liked the weapon. Like, my favorite build I ended up doing out of all the builds I've done is I have an Ice Mage build that is so fun to play as. Is it meta? Maybe. Is it super OP? Not really, but it's fun. The Serpent Katana, is that the one that does poison damage over time? Serpent Bone? Lol.
You look ridiculous.
Ruin the playthrough. It didn't feel right to have looked it up. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. Again, I think I just have a lot of opinions because I'm old and like back in my day we didn't have cheat engine, you know, we didn't even have the fucking internet. Like, you had to fucking somebody, you had to know somebody who happened to do it and knew it, or you had to get a actual book guide walkthrough. Like, none of this, I'm so bitter. None of this shit existed. And it was like, you got stuck and you were fucking stuck until you figured it out. Like, I still to this day have a bunch of my Nintendo 64 ones. Like, I have the Donkey Kong 64 one, I've got the Ocarina of Time one. And it was like, yeah, you had to look that shit up. In a book. Read. No YouTube videos that you could put on and just follow them. And just dumbly follow them. Care too much about how other people have fun. I mean, that could also be implied with me too, but I just think it's disrespectful to the creator to not give a fuck about the thing that they created. That'd be like you writing a story for me and giving me a story as like a gift or something you presented to me, and I'm like, oh, this is a cool story, but what if I just like took everything that like you did and just changed it to how I wanted it to be? I don't know. That's not what's been presented.
Guys, do the thing where you protect me. Stand still.
David versus Goliath. David versus Goliath. Didn't feel fun. Fair. I just don't like cheaters. I don't like cheaters, and I don't like people who think that they're better because they've modded their game to play how they want it to play. You're not better at the game because you had to change it. Use the save editor a lot for Borderlands 2. But did you play Borderlands 2 through in its entirety before you used a save editor? Thank you. That's what I'm saying. But you took the game that was presented to you in the manner that it was presented to you, and you played it. And you played it and you said, I enjoyed this. Let me think of how I can like, you know, do a lot. Replayability. Thank you, self. I played it and I enjoyed it. Now, how can I increase its replayability? That is different than being like, this game that just came out doesn't play like this other game that I like, so I'm gonna change it so that it plays how I think it should be played. I feel that's totally different. I feel that's totally different. And again, cosmetic mods, I'm not talking about cosmetic mods. I'm specifically talking about changing a key factor or a key gameplay mechanic, or cheating or loading in gear when you haven't even given the game a fair chance. Like I said, like, I don't know if you were here for the beginning of the conversation, Azarl, but I'm talking about people who on their, you know, first playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, I'm removing the party limit and I'm removing the level cap. So now I don't have to sit here and strategize with 4 players and make sure that all 4 of my players are balanced and you know, the stakes aren't as high. Now I have 10 players, and if 4 of them die, I can't be bothered. you know? Like, I just, yeah. Same thing, like, with this game, like, I had a friend who wanted to play with us, but he didn't want to actually play the game, so he went online and he bought a max level character and imported the max level character in the game, and then tried to play the game with us with his max level character, because he didn't want to play. He didn't feel like he should have to fucking grind the game and play the game. Why? He could just pay somebody on the internet to give him a character that's already leveled and has already done all the work, and now he can go in and he can have his version of fun, which is taking our fun away by killing everything. Chicken Jumpstick. I play, it gets a few new character unless... That's what I'm saying, like, oh, like, if somebody came to me today and said, Pink, do you want to play Borderlands 4 with me? I would make a brand new character, and I'd be like, okay, we're starting new. We're doing, like...
You should be approaching Saul's airship now, Vault Hunter.
Because it perfectly illustrates where I have a problem.
There, up ahead. That's Saul's airship. It's the same type that struck the Outbounders before.
Take our profile with someone like that guy who doesn't want to grind and just wants to buy a high-level character, but he plays solo, not with a group. He plays with a group of people who are like-minded and don't care that he does that. That's great for them. Right. But we had 4 of us who were like, let's play Borderlands 3 together. Let's play Borderlands 3 together. And 3 of us started at level 1, and one of them just loaded his game in at level 72. Like, you know, it was not...
There's no way they'll survive again.
You're not playing. You're not... By that point, you're not playing. Same thing, like, with these Night Rain people. These Night Rain people, like, the whole point of Night Rain is you start in with nothing. You start with nothing, and you have to loot as you go, and you get stronger the more you beat things as you go. If you're loading in with hacked-in gear, like, what's the fucking point? Like, just say you're bad at the game. Just admit, hey, I'm sorry guys, I'm really bad at the game. You might have to help me. Like, nah, I'm just gonna hack in shit so I don't have to actually do anything. But then or I'm gonna ruin everyone else's time and I'm gonna kill everything because I have hacked gear, and then nobody else is gonna get any experience or any loot.
I can't cancel the launch from here, and there's no way to get you inside. Get closer somehow. That's your only hope for stopping it.
A different group would suit him better. Yeah, but he didn't want that other group because guess what? In his other group of people who do that and play like that, he's not good. He's the bad one in that group. You know what I mean? So that's why he has to come and assert his dominance in other groups.
It's your only path to the airship.
Because in his other friend groups that all play like that, he's the dead weight. If you notice a trend with a lot of these people who have to hack and cheat and stuff, it's because they can't hang with the other people. They are not up to chuff. Hey, stop it! Oh, he's afraid of getting called out. What do I get out of this? How can everyone else make my play more fun? By making me the star. Not to be that guy, but if you fucking backseat me, Rabbit. Because I'm talking! I'm not gonna sit here and be like, in the middle of a conversation. Also, I don't like a knife launcher. I don't like that they're sticky.
Back to the realm of
Also, recoil is a thing. Recoil's a thing. Guys, I'm not good at the game. I have to hack a character in with fucking auto aim. Guys, I'm not good, okay? Yeah, I turned off aimbot just for stream. Sorry, guys. I know you've been used to my absolutely insane gunplay gameplay here. Because, you know, I'm so sick. I've always talked about how good at games I am. Dominant. Unfortunately, not common. Unfortunately, common. Well, and that's the thing. He wouldn't play games like Overwatch and stuff like that because he wasn't good and he couldn't cheat and he couldn't, you know, he couldn't hack his, like, I mean, people do cheat and people do hack in that. People put aimbot and stuff like that, but, you know. Modders and COD lobbies. Mods are great. Mods are a blessing and a curse. They really are. They really, really are. Like, my Elden Ring game is modded. I have a co-op mod and I have a randomizer mod. But again, I put something like 200 hours or something into that game before I even added a mod to it. Yeah, like, I don't know. Again, I think I'm old. I'm old and I'm like, I've just seen the evolution of games and I've seen the evolution of like the internet, and it's just like people are truly pathetic nowadays.
Well done. There's no sense attempting to blow up the ship. You've turned to goo along with it. If you can release the docking clamps, that should sabotage the launch sequence.
I ain't got time for that. But again,
to take down Saul.
again, there are differences. There are differences between, like, hey, I get 2 hours a day to play video games because of my life or whatever like that. Like, I'm gonna remove this game mechanic that is gonna waste a bunch of my time. I don't know. I feel like that's incredibly different than, I don't have time for this, so I'm just going to give myself a weapon from the end of the game and just play. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like you have to at least try. I feel like you have to at least try. Hi, Dave. I saw you come in there. I feel like you have to at least try. Instant gratification, so you say, so you stay seated and complacent. Yeah. Again, I think it really depends. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's like survival craft games, for example. I know a lot of people who will start a survival craft game and the very first thing they'll do is they'll like remove like carry weights or stuff like that. And I'm like, you as a human being don't have infinite carry weight though. Like that's the whole point of like having to survive, and that's just, I don't know how to explain it. I feel like you have to at least try once. You have to at least try once. You have to at least give it a good solid effort at least once. You know? New generation, definitely. That's why we live in the world of TikTok and Instagram shorts and stuff like that, and YouTube shorts, is because, yeah, they don't want to sit there. Like, I don't want to sit there and, you want me to watch an entire season of a show? No. Just tell me everything I need to know in a 15-second TikTok. And then I'll decide if it's good entertainment or not, and if everybody who watched it is idiots. Like, that was my favorite. Back in the Game of Thrones generation, back in the Game of Thrones days, you would get those people who were like, I don't watch Game of Thrones, and they were like so fucking obnoxious about it. Like, good for you. Okay, congratulations. I don't watch Game of Thrones. Okay. Okay. No, like, they thought they were, like, high and mighty because they didn't watch it. Like, they were part of a cooler club than the people who were, like... And that's because... It's because, again, because those people were not involved in, you know, the lunchroom conversations at work, and they were not involved in the conversations at the... Like, they weren't involved in the cultural phenomenon that was happening at the time. And they needed you to fucking know. No, it's by choice. I am choosing to not participate in this thing that you're doing. And I want you to know that I don't appreciate you talking about this thing because I don't participate it by choice. Because somebody on YouTube said that it's trash. Like, there was one guy in the office, anytime anyone would be, and it was like one guy who did not watch Game of Thrones, and it was like 4 of us who did watch Game of Thrones. And we would talk about it on Mondays after the episode, and he would literally be like, guys, I don't watch Game of Thrones. And we'd be like, okay. Go talk to somebody else then. I don't watch sports, but if somebody's talking to me about sports, I'd be like, oh, damn, that sounds cool. Like, oh, wow, they lost? Bummer. Like, I don't... Or I just sit there and just listen because I don't watch the sports. Pink's TED Talk, it's great today. No, maybe I'm still tired from last night, not getting a lot of sleep. Ark and Rust have been, you can customize your game however you want. Yes, but isn't Rust, unless you pay for a private server, isn't Rust always PvP? So like people could just show up at any point in time and fuck your shit up, which is one of the reasons why I haven't played Rust. Because if I take a week off and I come back and all my shit's fucked up, I'll be pissed. Not proud of it. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's just a thing. Yeah. I didn't like Game of Thrones early season. It seemed boring. Now I see, what's his name? Talister? I think you mean Tyrion. They missed parts at the beginning. Like anti-sports. Why do I want these people emote so bad right now? People who make a big show of not being into sports during the Super Bowl rather than just not caring. I don't watch Game of Thrones. I still care about my friends and I'm interested in their lives, and maybe I can ask them questions about what they like in the show. You know, I'm an adult human interested in other people. Tyrion, yeah. Exactly. Like, it's different. I'm trying to think of something really big that I just don't do. Or I just never did. Like, there's a lot, like, okay, like here, like, one of the biggest animes like in the world. Like, I don't really like Dragon Ball. I don't really like Dragon Ball. I never got into it. It wasn't really my thing. But I would never have somebody who, like, if 2 of my friends were like, oh my god, Dragon Ball Z is my favorite because this and this, well, like, I would never be like, guys, I don't watch Dragon Ball. I would be like, oh damn, I don't watch Dragon Ball. Like, tell me about it. Like, stop talking about it. I can't participate. I mean, the fan base ruins a lot of stuff in a lot of different genres. It's not exclusive to anime or games or anything. Movies, books, TV, like, the fan bases ruin a lot of stuff. And again, it's people who are like, I don't like that this did this thing that I didn't want for it to do. You know, like, there were a lot of people who were upset at the end of Supernatural because their headcanon of Dean and Castiel like being an item never happened. And I was like, that... But you made that up, like, you made that up. Like, that wasn't a thing. So why are you upset that the thing that you made up didn't happen? Like, you're upset that you didn't get the resolution that you wanted, but that you made that up. Right. And that's fine. But to say that the entirety of the show as a whole ended up being bad because what you wanted to happen didn't happen. Like, you mean to tell me, yeah, the ending of Game of Thrones, what the fuck, okay? But does that mean all 8 seasons of Game of Thrones, every episode, all 8 seasons of Game of Thrones, trash, don't watch it? No, like, the ending was not what I wanted, was not what I expected, but I still loved a lot of that show. I loved a lot of that show. Did Game of Thrones ever have dragons? If you're gonna give me the dragons versus wyvern talk, I know. I didn't make the show. I didn't make the show. Yes, there were, yes, there was actually dragons. I thought you were gonna say, like, they weren't dragons, they were wyverns because they didn't have front claws or front legs or whatever. But yes, there was actually dragons in Game of Thrones, yes. I'm reading this book called The Age of Magical Thinking, and it starts with a chapter about fan bases, and the author is saying something similar to you. These people have no agreement with whatever fans have made up in their own. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you make something up, or you theory craft, or you want, like, the same thing with the new Star Wars movies. Like, did I love Rise of Skywalker? No, but I'm not, like, refusing to accept that its existence because it didn't end the way I wanted it to, you know? Like, I didn't... It's so funny to me. It's so funny to me. I don't know this. I don't feel obligated, but if anybody cares to enlighten me what the different front limbs... Yes, so I believe, from what I heard through the Game of Thrones arguments that happened, is that the dragons in Game of Thrones were technically not dragons. They were technically wyverns because they had back limbs and wings, and they didn't have front limbs. So they were technically wyverns, and dragons have 4 limbs and wings, I believe, is what it is. Yes, dragons are quadrupedal, wyverns are bipedal, correct. But in the show, they use... Okay, so visualize with me. So in the show, they use the little elbows of their wings. They have little claws on... So they use the little elbows of their wings, like, as their front legs, kind of, in Game of Thrones. So, like, when they land, and then they put their little wing elbows down, and that's how they, like, walk. But yeah, so yeah. So technically they're not dragons. And that's what I thought Rabbit was gonna do. I thought Rabbit was gonna be like, no, there's no dragons, they're wyverns.
First clamps down.
I have no problem who's invested in a story or maybe wants to write some fan fiction. I see that as constructive and creative. If it's being negative or judgmental, show our fans. That exactly. Like, write some fanfic, or, you know, like, participate in the the online conversations and stuff, but, like, don't be mean. You know what I mean? Trying to read Dave's and it's going too fast. Hold on. If you ever watch Game of Thrones, I wouldn't worry about it now because all the cultural cache of... Yeah, exactly. But the books are out there. Serpents are no legs. Worms. Yes, worm, winged serpent, serpent, no wings. I had too many drumsticks. I feel like learning to play the drums now. So they include like Ouroboros. Yeah, Ouroboros is a serpent. Yeah. Yay! Yay! We're learning! Learning!
Good. Now hurry to the others. We're cutting it close, Vault Hunter. Do not let that airship launch.
Docking clamps. Where's the third one? Ooh. Above? Yeah, above, but where? Do I have to go around? I bet you have to go around, huh? Thunderbird, the cryptid. Blue whales? That's crazy! What did I just do? What did I just do?
But the outbounders won't be out of danger until you eliminate Saul. Say hello from me in your special way, Vault Hunter.
In my special way, she said. Metal AF. Absolutely blown away. Okay, so now do I go up and this way across, maybe? Catching a Thunderbird. Imagine how cool you would have been at school, though. You're gonna tell me to go all the way around? Yeah, I can't get up there? Oh, there. Okay. Hold on. There's things right there to grapple to. But how do I get up there? And is thunder, like, made of lightning? Is from it living in thunderclouds, a Native American legend with thunderbirds, even in the American South. Yeah. A lot of these things come from legends of some sort. Okay, so... And the skin. Because all myth and legend is a form of history. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's why, like, and again, this is just... I keep coming back to it, but it's because it's one of my favorites. But the same thing, like, Supernatural. Like, Supernatural never made anything up. They never made up a creature or made up... Like, Supernatural did everything in, like, actual religions and in actual cultures and stuff. And then they even referenced it. Like, they would say, like, this comes from this culture and this and this. Like, the donkey face... Listen, I'm right here. Don't be disrespectful. Alright, I need to get there. Or maybe... Oh, maybe I can just go here. Yeah, there we go. Good for them. Plenty of room to be creative and sticking to the existing myths. That's cool. Yeah. I thought you were being condescending for a second, and then you did not. So good. I appreciate that. I can say the whole name I was raised not to say it, but I think the skin thing I'm talking about... Oh, can't say the whole name. It's he who shall not be named. Oh, do you mean like the Texas Ranger? Huey! It's been a minute. How you doing? Welcome in. Good. I'm glad you got my joke. Make it cheaper and easier to produce. I mean, you're not wrong. That's why a lot of the music is kind of
Rush, the
cheesy.
Outbounders should be safe for now.
It's because,
I'm
yeah, it
headed
was a
to
lot of
Saul.
public domain, like 70s and 80s rock
I've
songs.
seen what you can do, but be careful. Losing a friend like you would be. I mean, it's just the way that I'm rambling a bit, aren't I? Let's leave it there for now, yeah? I'll see you soon.
But they can't top it, yeah. Oh, I'm being sucked off! Love that some system of banger System of a Down songs. Yeah, Nikki, you're right. You're right. You're right. Today's been feisty. Today's a feisty day. It's me who's feisty. I'm feisty. I'm just old and I'm bitter and I'm just in my feels lately, I think.
Your existence has been
Who and whoomst and whoomst? Damn, if Azarl doesn't know something, we're fucked.
the feeling.
That's how I know. That's my meter. Like, if Azarl doesn't know about it, like, we're fucked. You son of a bitch.
It's like the gun my dick!
Shooting you in the dick.
See ya.
That's what you get. Sucks about being old, seeing the missing sense of history. Nobody deny it because you're so old. You lived through some of it. That's where we have reached. I guess this is that's where we're at in our lives right now, where we're just like, man, I've seen some shit, and like I'm just trying to prevent you idiots from going through shit again. I'm just trying. What? Who? What? Who shot me back here? Oh, I bet I got launched with that AoE shit back here. That was unfortunate. Bro, can you stop? Okay, I'm back. I said I'm good. I'm loving Borderlands. How have you been? What's been up in your world? Bro, those guys can close the gap. Holy shit. I told someone I can't afford to fail school and be a bitch at work, so I guess I can't fail school. Oh, you can't afford to fail school and be a bitch? Well, you could. It's just called time management.
Rest in misery.
Rest in misery. Yeah, I'm trying. Get roasted. I'm trying, my dude. I'm trying. Okay, who is left? This guy. What? Why did that not, like... Okay. I don't know. I feel like every time I say, what? How did that happen? The answer is because you're garbage. But then there are some times where I'm like, that did actually, like, I shot my ability and it just, like, she went boom, but then, like, nothing came out of the hand. You beat Saul and Callus? I haven't beat anybody. I literally fucked off all night last night and explored the map and did side quests. World of Warcraft? Are you a longtime World of Warcraft player, or are you returning to World of Warcraft after a time off? Excuse me, I didn't mean to just burp at you guys, sorry. That was a hiccup and then a burp just snuck its way out. Gross! Gross! I can't not care about losing my job and fail out of college, so I choose to do good in school and be a bitch at work. Oh, I got you. I got you. I understand. I understand. I understand. I understand. I understand. I'm just a bitch all the time. Woo! Woo! Oh! Oh! My mouse! Ugh. My mouse just fell. My mouse. I played the tutorial when I was like 8. So a noob. So you're a long time returning then. I've never wowed. You know what though? I've never played World of Warcraft, so it's trash, and the only way I'll be able to play it is if I mod it so that it plays exactly like this other game that I like better. See? That's what some of those people sound like. That's what some of you sound like. Not you. Not you. But you know. Above, 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 above. Me personally, I see how it is. I see. I don't like World of Warcraft. I want it to play like Fallout, so I'm gonna mod it, and then I'm just gonna tell everyone it's trash. Yeah, I modified my World of Warcraft so that there's no people in there, and there's no weapons, and there's no magic, and I just modded it so it would be better. But then I'm also gonna make myself so powerful that anytime I walk into an area, all the enemies and even all the players just die, because my fun is the only fun that matters. And you know what? I don't have time to grind. So I'm just gonna kill the entire server. Okay? Okay. What's wrong, bro? Why are you mad? It's just a mod. I just modded my game. I just didn't like how WoW played, you know? I just didn't like how WoW played. I don't like it, so. So I made something totally different, but I'm rating this recipe for my mistakes. Exactly. Is WoW exactly like Hello Kitty Adventures? Exactly. But it's not. You have to modify it, though. You have to put a mod on it. I'm just confused. No, we were talking about people who mod their games before like even playing the game, and then like claim that the game is trash because it didn't do what they wanted it to do. Like, I don't like this game that I've never played before, so I'm gonna mod it, and then I'm gonna say that it's trash. Imagine! Imagine. Dragons. Radioactive. Radioactive. With blackjack and hookers, and forgot the WoW Bender boys. Forget the WoW! Exactly! You're making World of Warcraft, but you just it's hooker simulator. Alright, before I go into this boss fight, I'm gonna go piss girl. Everyone should go piss girl. Go stretch your legs. Do what you need to do. I will be right back. Oh my gosh, Shrek! Thank you so much for the biddies. I'm so sorry I missed it. I just had to use the little girl's room. Thank you for the biddies. How are you? Welcome in. It's so good to see you. It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Guys, don't forget, we are still raising money. We're still raising money for new emotes down at the bottom. The first draft of my emotes came in and they're so good. All right, let's check. Let's check our skills. I have 1 point. I've got action skill duration, gun damage, and critical. Yeah, I want another critical hit chance on any body part. Let's go. Shrek, I hope you're having a wonderful day. It's so good to see you. Thank you for being here. Okay, so what does this one do? Immunity to cryo damage. That's not really a big, huge deal. Okay, so 720. Increased damage of the next shot by 200%. This rep kit has 2 charges. That's pretty dope. Okay, so is there any... So this does more. Everlasting rep kit's healing capacity and duration are increased by 20%. Actually, we're using that one. Holy. Okay, what do I have for grenades? I really like this grenade. It's not the strongest, and I really hope I can get another one, but I really do like this waterfall grenade. This Jason Waterfalls grenade. Horseman, did you see this? Did you see that this is the... Because I know that... Sorry to dox you, but I know that's your name. But did you see the... What is it called? It's not the flare script. What is it called in Borderlands? The red script. It's called like the flare or something like that. Yeah. So the grenade is called Fully Loaded Artillery Waterfall, and then like the little special red script that they always put on the legendaries says, "I'm only gonna ask this once. Who is Jason?" And it's the joke about how people say don't go Jason waterfalls instead of don't go chasing waterfalls. I don't want no scrubs. Yeah, so it says, I'm only gonna ask this once, who is Jason? Don't go Jason waterfalls. Berserker, when energy shells are empty, 20% melee? Nah. Not worth. Not worth. What's this one? Okay. Guns with Torg licensed sticky magazines deal 50% of gun damage. Oh, I just changed out of that one. That's right. Freeloader. Guns with Ripper license. What do I have on? I had the one with the Torg. Oh, wait. No. Oh, yes. Splash radius, equip speed, and magazine size. Splash damage, status effect, sniper speed. SMG splash, reload speed, pistol equip, shotgun fire, sniper ADS, magazine size. Yeah, so I guess the one I have on is probably the best. These are all level 25, so I guess I'll keep them. All right, let's give this one a try. No clue how this is gonna go. Let's see. Oh shit.
The obligation of the weak is to nourish the strong.
Oh shit. He got big titties.
You will die, and I will return to the Timekeeper's side.
Great. Great.
We rule forever.
Yeah, you have to know. Playing more, enjoy. Yeah, you have to know you have to know what you like. You gotta know your play style.
There will be nothing left of you.
What the fuck?
You wish you could control me.
Oh shit, I am not doing well already. Go away, sir. Sir! I can't believe that. I think we traded. Oh, that sucks. Oh, fuck you. This is absurd, actually. Thank you, Dave. Ah! That sucks. I was just too slow on that one. That was me. That was on me. Alright. Summon the things again, please.
How's your aim, Saul?
Whoop. I don't know how to dodge this.
This is for you.
Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I'm not in the safe area. Yes, I am.
You look ridiculous.
Fuck, where's the green one? Holy shit. Fuck, is there no green one? Yeah, there is. Ah! Fuck. I think he can pull me. Jesus! Thank you so much for the for the tip again, Jesus. Too easy, too easy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You a real one. No. I'm taking tick damage from something. Oh no, his thing's back up. His thing's back up. Lots of OT. Nice. Thank you so much, Dave. I appreciate you. Very nice. I'm pumped. I hope you especially, I'm looking forward to you using the new emotes. You and Horseman are the ones who use them very expressionatively. Is that correct? The correct way to say that? Found a weird bug. I had a bug earlier too. What's your bug? So. Oh my gosh. Ah, it's getting smaller. I need some of these. Oh, fuck. Ah. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I need some of these charges, please. Okay. Where's the green one? Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Give it to me. Ugh. I need the green one. I need the green one. Where is it? There it is. Give it to me. Huh? First try! First try! Actual first try! Oh, Terry just died. What happened? What happened, Terry? F's in chat for your boy Terry. Hold on, we'll read Terry in a minute. I don't know what that was about. Got too hype? I don't think it's the clip. It can do two. It can do two at the same time. All right. Can somebody just confirm if Terry is still on the screen? Yes or no? Hi, Wolfie. Welcome in. Terry off screen. Okay. 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 All right. Hold on a second. Nobody do anything. Is it broken? There we go. That was a fun fight. That was a look at him, look at him, look at him, guys, look at ew. Ew. Yes, you may do yes. No, you have to keep waiting. Keep waiting. That was a fun fight. I can't believe I got that first try. I was hard focused though, guys. I was hard focused. You guys were talking. I have to go back and I have to reread chat because you guys were I was so focused. Insides is outsides. All right, let me go back and get chat for a second. That was great. Thanks, guys. That was fun. That was a fun fucking fight. Dave, thank you so much. I do appreciate it. If you'd like to test it, be great with zero worries. Inventory, tagging, interested in whether you can reproduce, but no pressure. Yeah, definitely. Focus pink. Even my chinks are clenched this battle. I'm not even fighting. I know. First try. Thank you, guys. Oof. Wolfie, welcome in, by the way. I hope you had a good day. Okay, hold the door. More than a screen's worth of inventory. Okay. Scroll down and try to mark something as junk. Oh, no, I just did. Oh, yeah? Wait, I can toggle stuff that's marked as junk. I can go to right stick and it marks it. I don't know. Oh, is that supposed to do it? Oh, but look, it's doing it. Look it. It's the one above. Do you see that? Can you see that? Interesting. But it's not even marking the right ones. It's marking like ones above. Weird. I don't normally I'm a lazy Borderlands player and I don't normally mark mine as junk. If I'm being completely honest. If I'm being completely honest, I normally don't just because laziness.
Saul is dead. It's finally done.
Hell yes! It's really over. We all owe you one. I'll meet you back home at the launch pad.
And I will stay here. That amount of revelry might overwhelm. But well done.
Thanks! Wait, does this not open and give me more loot? I didn't get a fucking legendary from that. They are so skimpy. Skimpy? I mean, they might be skimpy. I don't know. They don't give legendaries, and it's making me very angry right now. My nose is doing the thing again! Maybe it's this room. You win more ads! Yay! Congratulations, you've won ads. You have bags under your eyes? How often do they spawn? So have you been up playing? Yeah, no problem. Not sure she has eaten much. It almost seems like she's making herself sick. She doesn't want to get the food giving her, and she's being stubborn. Oh. Has she had anything? Wait, how do I... how do I go back? How do I go, like, back to the world? I'm interacting with the fast travel station. So in 3, you would just like press like world view or whatever. Oh, I have to touch. Ew! I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I like being able to fast travel to any point and like being able to do it from the menu. Like, I liked that they listed them and I could do it that way. There's a fast travel right there, but you can't change the world view. That, I don't like that. All right, Borderlands 4, that's my first negative so far. I'm not a fan of that. Fast travel network needs to be a network, and I need to be able to fast travel anywhere. Especially because that's a thing in all of the other ones. Strike number 1, Borderlands 4. Don't know what you think this is. Don't know what kind of jokes you're playing. What kind of jokes? You're on thin ice. And I will write a sternly worded Steam review. My Steam review will be less than positive. But seriously, whose idea was that? Whose idea was that? It's in all of the other ones, because all of the other ones apparently have multiple planets, and I don't know if this one does or not. Obviously, it probably doesn't if you can't fucking fast travel out of something into another, into the main world again.
Same as always.
Latest installment. I'd be very grateful if you considered fixing this. Okay, thank you again. I'm having so much fun playing this game. I put 30 hours into it in the first 2 days. But there is no fast travel back to the overworld system, and therefore I cannot, in good faith, give this a positive review. That is venting. That's venting. That's venting. That's venting. There's a daily boss that can be done every hour of the day. If you kill it once, you can't kill it on the same... So you have to do it again? So you haven't killed it then, I imagine. I haven't slept in 2 days. Oof. You're a wow head now. You're a wow head now. You're a wow head now.
You wish you could control me.
All right, so there's gotta be... There's gotta be a thing, right? If DLCs had all, that'd be crazy, but you can't fast travel what they are. You wish you could control. Exactly. Can't touch me.
Got your affairs in order?
No. No, sniper. Sniper, no sniping. You say I'm on break? Okay, why is my... That was weird. Holy shit, the black hole! The black hole! Beauteous. Have I played with armor shields at all? Huh? Like, I have like, do you mean like shields? Like this shield? Oh, you were playing Genshin. I don't remember now. Yeah, you know, there is, but I think so. I think one of them was... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I had one. I think I had this one before. Do I know how to restore armor segments? No, I don't think I do. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I used one of these for a while. One of these other ones for a while. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did this one because I did the absorb one. Is that a question because you don't know the answer, or are you trying to explain something to me? Trying to figure it out. Okay. I mean, we can try to figure it out together. I mean, is it something that maybe like one of your passives needs to do? Because I don't think any of mine... I don't know. Yeah, this was the one I was using before. You're watching a video? Yeah, armor segments 3. Yeah, I don't think I did. I didn't know where that was going, Wolfie. And I was about to be like, whoa. Listen, Twitch is not a dating site. Okay, so I need the things. Oh, what we got? What we got? Yeah, no, you can explain it. Because I don't think I even realized what was going on when I had that one on. Try putting one on? Okay. This one back on. Okay. Uh-huh, I see that, yeah. Yeah. Oh, so that's all? You were just waiting for that to charge up? So then, yeah, so if you get rid of it during battle, does it not restore? Oh, you didn't see the little bar. I thought you meant, like, yours, like, weren't recharging. You are a smart man. That's why I was like, I don't, like... Yeah. I was like, I didn't know that yours, like... I thought yours, like, wasn't recharging, and that was the problem. That's funny. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. You are correct. Alright, which one was mine? This one. Triangle. Alright. So, now... Is there not a... There's not a thing of locust here, huh? So I must get something that has locust. Or there's something here I'm just not seeing. I have a rep kit and they expect me to use it. That's the crazy part. You expect me to remember to heal? girl. I can't. That's too much. I'm just a girl. That's too much. Summoning my bike and dying. Yeah, my problem... my problem is that R is reload. T is heal, rep kit. F is use your ability. And V is punch. Or grapple, right? And then G is grenade. So like all of these are in like a bundle on your keyboard. And like, I'm just a girl and I can't spell. So like, I push all of the buttons because they're all in that same little thing all the time. I have problems. I hit my ability when I go to hit grenades so many times. And then I hit my car when I go scan because I can't spell. Can't heal armor and operate the lawnmower around the map. I just can't. All right, so I do honestly think we have to move on. I think we have to come back here. I'm hoping that this is something that we end up getting. Like maybe we end up getting locust on like our weapons or something, because there's no locust here that I can see to unlock this. So, moving on. And then also, if this is the same area, which it's not, it's this area. This area here. It says, if you go do this, okay, so it says that there is a lost capsule. There's 2 out of 3 lost capsules. Now, I see... Wait, there's a survivalist crate that's not over here, too. Because there's the one deadbolt, that's this one, right? That's right here. And then there's the one echo log, that's this one that's right here. So there's one more cache, and there's one more lost capsule that I can't see in this area on the map. But I can't fucking get over here. Like, this doesn't go over here. So I am just very confusion right now. I want to finish this area so I can, like, kind of 100% as we go. You know what I mean? Why is it so bright?
Looks like the Order misplaced another supply pod. Time to capitalize on their incompetence, huh?
Why are we cheering? What's happening? Hooray! Oh, because we won. Alright, but that's cool, but we're not doing that yet. Going over here. Going yonder. Excuse me, guys. Excuse me.
Hold together.
Hold together. Nobody even hit you a single time. What are you talking about? Wait, are you gonna take me this fucked up way again that I can't go? Wait, why are you not giving me a route? Oh my god. What is happening? Is it this again? No, it's not. Why is it not showing me a route? That, now it is. Alright, whatever. We'll go this way. Oh, great. That's cool. Where? Okay. The turn radius on this guy? Not very good. Okay, let's go discover this shit. Maybe there's something here. Sandy Toes Villa. There's a thing here. There's a thing here. Ooh. Beauteous. All right, where's this thing? Right here. Beautiful. What's this? Ooh, a heavy weapon ordnance. Ordnance. Is that actually is that correct? Is it ordnance and it's not ordinance? Treasures. Killed the treasures. No, come back. You. There we go. Nice.
Damage for days. My hate has reached capacity.
My hate has reached capacity. There is no limit. The limit does not exist. I really shouldn't be doing this with this shotgun, but I'm stubborn.
Explosions!
Plus, it explodes, you know? Got him! Oh look, there's a treasure here, see? So you are supposed to kill all these. Look at... You are supposed to murder.
Pieces and pieces.
Pieces and pieces. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where'd you go? Minor Prisoners 2 seals with 3 is sometimes seen and originally used. Ordnance. Yeah, but is the spelling ordnance? And I've just literally never known. I don't think I've ever have I ever seen the word ordnance spelled out, or have I just heard people say it? I'm not sure now that I think about it. I don't know why I would need to see the word ordnance. Okay, so maybe I have seen it with an I. Maybe. Okay, well that was below where we actually wanted to be, which is fine. But maybe we'll find something over here. Whoa. Piece of ordnance against it I have placed. Shakespeare, Shakespeare, Shakespeare. Overwatch Man. We killed Overwatch Man, guys. R.I.P. Overwatch Man. He'll never live to watch another over. Or to play another round of Overwatch. Imagine that was like the person, like you're like, help me, I'm dying. And someone shows up and they're like, I'm Overwatch Man. I'd be like, no thank you. I'd rather die. Return to bounds. Return to your mom. Okay, well. How do I do that? Midday. Zooming in acquires lock on targets over time, and firing while zoomed in shoots the entire magazine. Interesting. It doesn't do more damage than the one I have currently. But the one I have currently is like a weird sticky grenade hybrid thing that I'm not a huge fan of. Thanks. Woo! Ricocheting Spectec. Give me back my fucking cosmetics, Borderlands. You know, just give me back my damn cosmetics. Okay, now, oh, helpful. But where do I go from here now? I love when they do that. They're like, here's a grappling hook, but like, where you need to go next, that you're on your own. Yeah, I want to see how it works. See how it works. Ooh. A frappling hook? It's no, it's vrappling with a V. It's V to vrapple. Ew, do you hear that weird buzz? Wrong franchise though, guys. How do I know if it's zoomed in or not? Ah! What is that? Yeah, I figured, you know. Yeah. It's not an impression. I actually am Link. This is sorry. This is the way to that you guys find out that I actually have been the voice of Link for the past 35 years. Cool. And it's definitely not that I've had 35 years of practice. It's definitely because it's my job. Oh! Are the voice of our favorite silent protagonist. Exactly. I actually recorded thousands of voice lines and they just never used any of it. It's honestly really rude. I can't miss. I'm a gamer. I can't miss. I'm a gamer. Hacks. She's modded, guys. She modded her game. She talked about mods for hours just to take us off her scent. Aimbot. It's aimbot. No. Oh wait, I actually have to do it myself when I'm not looking down sights. Ah! Ah! You modded? No. I complained about it for like several hours and everyone in chat was like, wow, Pink. I actually had 1,000 viewers until I was like, guys, if you mod, you're a loser. For once, she's not modding a game. I know. Crazy. All I do is mod. Guys, I'm not good at video games. I have to give myself an unfair advantage. Because I'm just not good at them. Overwatch, man, no. All you wanna do is mod every day, all day. All girls do is eat hot chip and mod. DMCA takedown request. Damn, System of a Down really doesn't like sharing their songs with people, huh? Wait, how do I get over here? All right, I need to get up. I need to get like up here somehow. Girls just wanna mod lunch. Oh, girls just wanna mod games.
Like you had a
They
chance.
just wanna. They just wanna. They just have to. They just have to. Girls. Girls just gotta mod games. How am I bordering the lands today? The lands are not really allowing me to be bordered because they keep putting up emotional borders against me. Oh, that seems dangerous. I mean, it's cool. It just doesn't do... it would just be cooler if it did more damage. It would just be better if it did more damage. Oh, how late am I landing on the... I don't know how I got late. I don't fucking know. Listen, I'm a girl, I can't read. Probably 12. I would like to end around 12, but I guess we'll play it by ear. Silly girl, tricks are for kids. Oh, hey. So, sorry to just barge in on your totally normal secret hideout. You don't see me killing your friends? I don't have any, so... Now I'm gonna kill you because you brought it up, and it's a very sensitive subject.
So, you found that supply capsule, huh? Just consider it a care package from me, your best friend, Claptrap.
Don't beat the. I'll try not to. That's so far. Okay, so I think I have to go that way, and then no, this way. I'll try my hardest. No, I don't want this heat right now. Literally. Okay, bye, minion! Oh my god, I dropped my thing! Oh no, we're back. Oh no, we're back. The hump hut. Want to talk to you about? No. Sorry. Oh yeah, you weren't here last night. Oh, Azara, I called for you. I found timid Kyle's neglected opening last night and I was like, Azara! But it was very late and you were probably very asleep. I was like, Azara, I found the hole! It was funnier in the moment. My dramatic retelling is not as good. What a loser, am I right? Sleep? Ugh. Must be nice being able to have sleep. Imagine sleeping. You know how many things you're missing out on the world when you're sleeping? Alright, one key. Give me something good! Yes! Oh, my backpack is full!
Looks like the order misplaced another supply pod. Time to capitalize on their incompetence. Huh?
If you could, you drop. Wait, come see me again.
Wait, where did all this come from? Did it drop my lost loot? No?
They don't stand a chance.
What? Where did all this come from? That was not all in the chest. Just lying? What? Like, where did that come from?
You're charmed, I'm sure.
Like, honestly, I don't know where all of this stuff just came from over here. You'll have to ask me twice, I'll take it. Okay, so what did we get? Calculating jackhammer. Oh yeah, that's the thing. That's not new. Okay, this is new. An Nova emollient protein cell energy shield. Ground slam to toggle this effect while enabled. Drains shield over time to grant 40% bonus shock damage and damage taken passes through the shield. Oh hell yeah, I want to put that one on. Okay, and then what else is this? This is an SMG. Lionized Burt's Bees, guys, but it's Burt's Bees with an I instead of with a U. Fill your life with laughter and bees. That's kind of cool. Let's try that. Oh, no, wrong button. Let's try that one. Where's my smidge? Tell me something good, Burt's Bees. Alright, let's see if there's a better asshole rifle. Type. Pistol. Okay, here's my assault rifles. Nope, nope. Duncan go nuts. Lol. Well, shit. What do I want to get for dinner tonight, guys? What time is it? 6:11? We should probably get dinner before, like, 8. My lunch. Throw it away. Throw it away. Okay. One magic sword that follow me around and murder idiots. It's sick. Dang, I think my stuff's kind of good where it's at, honestly. Wait, didn't I just get a new shield? Oh no, I put it on. That's right. And then this what is it? Calculating jackhammer. Vindictive reactive hole punch. Staccato hefty pounder. Okay, I think that's okay for now. Wait, do I have enough stuff? I don't think I do have enough stuff to be able to get the achievement for having something in every, Yeah, I don't. Damn, I need 2 more and then I could have gotten the achievement! No, I want type and then... Shotgun. Okay. And then which one did I have? The performative crank was there. Okay, and then this was my assault rifle. And it was this one, I believe. Organizing receipts, watching TV, performative crank. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, indeed. Indeedy. I can't use any of these. None of these are my class mod. That's great. Yeah, to get your meals. Yeah. Yeah, we love traveling for work. Well, the Froyo guy made it here. I respect and then my build is much punchier. Literal punches. Good, I'm glad. Alright, R.I.P. It's time to get rid of this baby boy. Time to get rid of some of these legendaries filling up my inventory here. Sucker.
If you're gonna, you drive. Wait, why am I buying your shite?
Okay. Get
Looks like
snipers, because I definitely don't use
Time
those.
to capitalize on their incompetence. Huh?
Okay.
If I overhear
What is this?
one more half-baked
This is a sniper, isn't it? Yeah, I don't need that. What is this?
They don't let me
I need a
cut on
class
folks no
mod.
more. But what they don't know won't hurt them. Thanks for stopping by.
Okay. We're not doing that yet. We're on a very important mission to figure out how to get over here. But I think we have to go... Yeah, we've got to go like over... It's either over here or it's over here. It has to be. Where's the side quest? There's a side quest marked here. Oh, here.
Big money for light work.
Big money for
Sounds like a
light
good
work.
time. Great. Let's get cracking. The other coordinates.
Hop. I do appreciate that they made the speeder have a little hop. Yeah, see, you're gonna take me through this weird cave. Which does not let me out where I think it does. Yeah, okay. No, I'm not going to... See? This is the... Yeah, okay. This is the cave again. But that's not the right way out. It's not. I don't know. I can't figure out how to get up here.
Got the next couple lines, but then it goes. Secret tunnel, secret tunnel, through the mountains. Secret, 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 secret
Tunnel.
Yeah.
See, I can't figure that out. Like, I can't figure out how to get over here. And die. Okay, that's nothing. I found that earlier. Where is this going? It's going back. Okay, so what if I go this way? Why don't you fucking scan? Okay, I've done this before. And then you go over here. And then you go over here. And then there's the other, whatchamacallits over here. Like the obstacle course shit. Okay. So now... This doesn't go up right here. That crosses those, so... Clearly there's a way up.
Hell yeah!
There's gotta be an up. Verdant. It is pretty, isn't it? I don't see any way up, honestly. Like, this is all pretty deceiving. Like, it looks like you can kind of maybe take some of this up, but it's not. What about right here? Does that go down? Yeah, see, there's the giant skeleton, which we see on the map. See, that's clearly, like, you can clearly go up there. Some vrappling. Yeah, but you can't just free vrapple. You can only vrapple where there's the vrappling points, which is stupid. Okay, so does this drop down? No. This is deceiving as well. Like, this looks like this is a down, but I guess it's an up. And then right here, there's no way. Like, this is the crossover. This right here is underground. Like, this survivalist cache is underground. I feel like I don't want to spend all this time trying to figure out how to get up to here if, like, there's nothing else over here. But there has to be, because the last collectible thing is not here. Like, it's not in my list. The echo log is here. I know where that is. That's at the echo log. The deadbolt is here. I'm sorry, it's the last survivalist cache that I don't know where it is. And like, there could be so many underground things over here. Cave, mine, or tunnel. That's what I'm thinking. Like, it has to be underground. But I've gone like up and down this area, and I don't see any other areas to like get into this mountainside. Sorry, what are you looking for? There's one more survival cache. So like, you know how like you can like look at the whole area, right? And then you hit F for details. See, I can see the echo logs right here. The deadbolt is right here, but it says that there's one more survival cache, which I can't see. But there's this kind of area on my map that I haven't been able to figure out how to get into yet. And I'm like, I don't want to waste a bunch of time, like, if it can't be done, you know? But I'm like, there's got to be something there. There's a whole part of my map that I can't see.
Why so twitchy?
Found Kyle's hole. Yeah, I have to go back into Kyle's hole as well. Which sounds hilarious, but it's true. Okay, what is up with this gun that doesn't shoot straight? This is the new legendary we just picked up, and I kind of hate it. Look at these bullets all over the fucking place. Wait, is this one I have to ground slam to activate? Oh yeah, I think so. Hello, where is your human? What is the deal with this one? Why is it all over the place? Hold on, where's the last thing so I can look at my shit? Okay. What is this? Hive mind. No, that's not even it. This is... Oh, this is the one where you ground slam. Okay. Hive mind. What is... Whatever hive mind does, I don't like it.
Oh, we're awake now, huh? Ellie, I wish chewing tissues was not a thing that you did, because there are just tiny, tiny, tiny little scraps of tissues from all the tissues that I've taken away from you. Yeah.
So yeah, so basically I've been trying to figure out how to get over here with no luck. With no luck. And I guess I can grab these last two things. This one I also don't know how... This one's right behind me, and I don't know how to get up here. This is at the top of this tower, and I don't know how to get up. Is it on land or on water? Well, I tried, if you saw earlier, I tried to go up from this way, and you get to, like, about here, and it tells you you're going out of bounds. So you can't go from here to here. Oh, you can't. Okay, I was like, you can't see because of my camera. When you get to about here, it tells you you're going out of bounds. So I was trying to swim across here, and you can't. And I couldn't get up to go around and get down either, so... I don't know. I don't know. Oh, why am I yawning? I mean, I know why I'm yawning, because I literally was up all weekend fucking playing this game.
Like you had a chance.
Don't do it. Yeah, there's one up here. But I don't know how to get up here either. I don't know! Okay, thanks, bye! Yeah, that's another one. I don't know how to get up there to get that. That's on top of this. He was just hungry. Yeah, well, you can be hungry and not want to eat my face. Yes, first try! First fucking try, rabbit! First try! Yeah, I did. Alright, I'm not wasting any more time on this one yet. I just don't know. I mean, rabbit, unless you know the answer. Unless you remember the answer, I need to figure out how to get over here, or like here, but I can't figure it out. But it's fine, I'll come back to it. Do I remember anyone killed by Soul? I mean, wasn't that, like RJ? Ooh, what if I go over here? By the timekeeper, yeah, that's right, that's right, that's right. Soul is just like his lackey. Until we attacked him. Rap battle. Oh, he has to go wrap the falcon. I got it. Alright, I want to get something to eat. A big bear wanting approval? Well, also, all I did was show up. I wasn't even like, hey bro, let's fight. There's no quest. I'm just trying to get all the stuff on the map, and it says that there's one item that I'm missing, but I don't have an icon for it, so it means I haven't found it. I haven't discovered it yet. But that's fine. It's all good. We'll move on. It was the guy. He rapped out. No, I got you. I got the joke. I got the joke. This one eye is watering. It's kind of funny, actually. Ooh. That's actually kind of good too. What's this? Spring-loaded frack. No, I want another waterfall. Aka!
I really don't like to take anything from animals. We're all just trying to get by. But in the spirit of that, the outbound...
Your hands are not cooperating today? Or you're typing faster than you can process. Maybe some pasta? I don't know what I want for dinner. I guess I'm safe in here, right? I guess. So like maybe pasta or Chinese. I had a burger the other day. I had pizza yesterday. Oh, like Gearbox, Red Rum 2, Chimken wings. Well, I would get boneless. Pasta does sound good though, doesn't it? It does kind of sound good. It does kind of sound good. So now what kind of pasta do I want? There's this place that I like to go to. It has Primavera, that's pretty good. With chicken? Can I get the Primavera with chicken? Does it let us add it? Oh, it does. It's $4 extra for chicken. That's kind of crazy. think I'm gonna get the Primavera, honestly. Okay. Get that. How's my drink? My drink's almost done. Let's get another drink on the way. Okay. Ordered. Well, about to be ordered. Ordered. Okay. Where is this egg? Egg. Alright, let's go check this area out first, and then we'll egg. Where's my countdown for when I can scan? I don't like this.
This'll be easy.
If there's a countdown for how long until I can scan again, then show me the countdown. Like, I don't want to have to wait for it to cool down when I'm, like, looking for the proper directions to go, you know?
What is happening with your face area?
Fancy mac and cheese? Oh, I already ordered, but... I mean, I might get hungry later, and there's always tomorrow. Like hunting in Red Dead? Or tracking, yeah, tracking animals, yeah, yeah.
You cannot stand against order.
I think I have to wait for it to do the red. Which I guess makes sense. It takes a second to target.
I love to blast.
I love to blast. Yeah, I have to actually wait for the red on him to glow before I shoot at him. Tricky. It ran out, damn. But you're so hot now. That's a good one. It's too late on the jump. Woo, okay. No black hole, thank you. Black hole does tick damage, which I learned recently.
Time to explode. Sorry, not so.
Ah! You motherfucker spawned on me. Okay. So now I need this to come to me. To go up to there. Okay, it didn't reach. That's fine.
What is happening with your face area?
I'm not gonna make you walk all what way? Come on, go. Stay up there? Are you gonna stay up there? Are you gonna stay up there? Wow. What? Where's the thing? Do I have to power up the clamps? Right, isn't that here? Oh, it's down. Oh, this one's a debate. I can't believe I just fell all the way fucking down too. Okay, so that one was a little bit of a debate. That's lower. It's not all the way up to the top. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, well hopefully this won't despawn while I work my way back up. Shouldn't, because there's nobody left. Where are they coming back? Okay, so it's down here. And then the thing is still up, which is crazy. Okay. And it's doing it again. Where it's not giving me the thing. Alright, maybe we'll kill all these dudes.
Catch this.
It's doing that thing again. Yep, look. That's annoying. This is the second time this has done this. And to do it last time, I had to reload my game. Which meant I had to go through all of this again. Quit to main menu. Ba, ba, ba. So many people that I used to play games with is playing this game. Okay, where am I in regards to that? Okay, I'm not super far, but that's still really fucking frustrating. It should be easy enough to just kill everybody, though.
Always feels good.
I mean, it's just more XP at this point, right?
You wish you could control me.
What did I start today at 25? And I'm at 27? I think I started at 25.
You look ridiculous.
If this happens again, then it's
What is
like,
happening with your face area?
okay, no, there we go. That's so weird. Like, really, if you think about it, like, that's such a weird bug, and it's happened twice now. And I don't think it has anything to do with the enemies, because that one I clearly hadn't killed all the enemies, and it worked. And then before I did kill all the enemies, and it got stuck. So, I don't know.
What is happening with your face area?
Okay. Let's find this egg. Task and ye shall receive. Find the order pod. I'll hail the egg. I'll hail the egg.
You wish you could control me.
I missed that game. I think I'll probably start a solo world on that game at some point. Because I really miss it. I enjoyed that game a lot. A lot. Oh, I like it a lot. Oh, which one do I follow? Wait, no, which one do I follow? Wait, stop. What? Wait, didn't I just turn on the mission I wanted to track? Task and ye shall receive. Right, where is this? Why is it... The tracking is all fucked up. And it's since this patch last night. Like, it does not track what you're telling it to track. It's very weird. Like, I just went into this mission and tracked this. Okay, track mission. Okay. Track mission. Show on map. Okay, well my marker's here still, so. That's weird. Why are we going this way? Why are we going this way exactly? Whoa. You can kill people by running over them before. Now, not so much. Oh my god, it's another bop it. I hate these. Who put these in this game? Like, who added this?
I'm at the pod and ready to rock.
Whenever you're ready, punch the button.
I'm gonna punch you.
Flip that switch. Pull the lever. Don't flip the switch. Press the button. I win. You got rocks between your ears?
No, I've
Just
got
follow
fucking
the
people hitting me.
One more time. Whenever you're ready, punch.
Shut up.
Flip that switch. Pull the lever. Don't flip the switch. Press the button. Smack the button. Shoot the panel. Flip that switch.
Ah! 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 Ah!
Pull the lever. Shoot the panel.
Ah!
Melee the button. Press the button. Do not pull the lever. Flip that switch. Shoot the panel. Flip that switch. Flip that switch. Press the button. Shoot the panel. Shoot the panel. Shoot the panel. Press the button. Press the button. Press the button. Smack the button.
My god.
Do not pull the lever. Flip that switch. Pay dirt.
That one was insane!
My fee squared away. Come back whenever if you're down for another.
Come here, you fucker. That one was crazy. Do not flip that switch. Where are you all coming from? Where are you coming from? Okay, so that was that side quest. It still wants me to do this. Why does it want me to do this side quest so bad? I don't want to. You can't make me. I don't want to. And then what's this one? And how come I can't get that one? What's this? The flare well. Oh, I vaguely remember trying that before and not being able to do it. There's a few that I just can't figure out. And there's no fast travel in this whole area? Oh my gosh, it's doing their thing again. No, there's no fast travel in this area. There's no safe house in this area? Damn. And I have no deadbolts. I haven't even discovered any of them. Huh. So what's going on in this area here? That's interesting. This area is really small and I'm missing another vault symbol. That's the echo that we're missing right there. And we're missing 2 deadbolts in this little area. That's very interesting. Okay, this one. There's still a lot of blues here, so I'm not really surprised about that. That's crazy. Okay. What about here? I have all 5 echo logs missing. That's crazy. There's one right there. How? How is this possible? I feel like I've been really exploring. Right? Alright, let's do this one. Eventually I'll remember that it's T for fast travel. Okay. Ugh. You took me right into a building, game. Yeah, that doesn't work. What the? Okay, get off. Interesting. Okay, so I guess it's not terrible. Okay, so this is above. Is it? Or is it right here? Oh, no, it's right here. Egg. Now all the way back there? Right. Egg! We're going back. Let's just check and make sure my food's not on the way. Someday rise. Wait, where is this egg going? Above? But where? No. No, I have an egg. No, I have an egg. Where is this supposed to go? Do I have to go all the way around to get up there? Oh my god, it looks like I do. Is it bringing me to the right place? First of all, no, it's fucking bringing me there again. I want this one off. Like, how do I get rid of this? It always auto goes to that one, and I don't want it to. It's all fucked up. You can't... Okay. It can't lead me. It can't figure it out. Yeah, they broke something in this patch. They broke something. Because the directions they're all fucked up now. The tracking is all screwed up. Cannot find path from this location, see? Something's wrong. And like, I don't know how I'm supposed to get up here now with this thing where I can't climb. Oh, I just dropped it. That's cool. No, pick up the oh my god. What is the likelihood of that? Cannot find path. Yeah, I know. It's up there. So, like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Wow. What is the fucking... What are the chances of that? Stop! Oh my god. This quest is the worst thing that's happened this entire game so far.
I hate
My fucking robot can't figure shit out. Yeah, it doesn't know how to get up there. I don't know how to get up there from where I am.
Think you can take me on? Moving into killing range. Play with me.
Egg. Alright. I think I have... I don't think this will work. But, like, if I throw it up there...
Are you real or just another octopus?
Are you real or just another octopus, she said. How do I have 3 egg emotes? You're just an eggy guy, I guess. So what happens if I do this? Is it gonna respawn my shit? It didn't. It did not respawn. My egg. Here. I have your egg. Oh, I don't like how you look.
I just want in. You get me?
Kill hack in the hungering plain. Egolos. Hi, Tatiana. How are you? Welcome in today. Okay, so now here's the question. Which one is taking me where? Is gold taking me where I need to go? Or is blue taking me where I need to go? Oh, now they're both together. How's my day? It's going good. I'm having so much fun playing this game. We've got something like 30 hours or something already. After the first weekend. Okay, so supposedly here. Hello. Are you who I need to kill? Where's your health bar? Where's your health bar? How do I know how much to kill? Thank you. Bro, how is this happening right now? Well, I killed the contract, so cool. Lost all that loot though, but cool, I guess. Why? Why? There are main quests. There are main quests, but for some reason you're so fucking hard focused on this stupid speeder quest that I don't want to do. Oh my, I'm gonna get rid of it because it's pissing me off so bad that every time I finish something, it's like, this is where you want to go? Not any of the 3 main quests that I have, but this fucking side quest. Yeah, a little bit. I'm a little busy. Sorry, my mom watched that Unknown Number documentary, and now she like can't stop talking about it. She keeps like texting me like all this new stuff she keeps finding out about it, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, I'm streaming. What's that about exactly? Unknown Number. It's about these 2 teenagers. They were a couple, and they were getting like super harassing like text messages and stuff like that from somebody. Oh, I have to run. Okay.
And go. All right, get to swimming and follow them flares.
Does that not count as dive? Why? Why doesn't that count? Look, that first one over there didn't count. What the fuck? This is why this one pisses me off so bad. It's janky as hell. These things don't activate sometimes for no fucking reason. Sorry, that was like wacky because I was trying to grab my mouse. Ugh, that's so frustrating. Are any of these closer? No? That's frustrating. I'm ahead of the game. That's just redonkulous, though. Come on. Oh, I mean, I could tell you, like, what the, like, I don't know if you want to watch it, but I could tell you what, like, the whole point is and why everyone's, like, talking about it and stuff. But I don't know if you want to watch it. So, okay, so the whole thing is, it's this young girl, she's like, I think she's like 15 or some 16 or whatever. Anyway, she's a teenager, and her boyfriend start getting text messages from an unknown number. Well, unknown to them, like they know what phone number it is, but it's unknown to them. And it's just like really, really, really mean, like cyberbullying stuff. And like some of it's like really sexual, like, oh, your boyfriend doesn't love you. He's like gonna have sex with me and like all this other stuff. And then like it escalated to like, he doesn't love you, you should kill yourself, blah, blah. And they investigated everybody at the school, and they like looked at, like, they were looking at security footage to see any student at all that was texting at the same time that these text messages were coming through, blah, blah, blah. And come to find out, it was the girl who's being texted. It was her mother. It was her mother. Like, and her mother was like going to the school and like helping, like, you know, call, like helping investigate and like all this other stuff. Yeah, it's fucked up. That it was the mom the whole time. And she'd be like, it's okay, sweetie, like, we'll figure it out. Like, we'll get to the bottom of this. We'll figure it out. Like, you're so pretty. Like, don't listen to what they're saying or whatever, whatever. And then she would, like, text her all this horrible stuff from another phone. And that's the problem where you can just, like, get phones on the internet, you know? Like, you can just get prepaid phones that, like, nobody fucking knows who you are. You know? So it's not called Munchausen anymore. Apparently, I didn't know it's not called Munchausen anymore. It's not called Munchausen. It's like... I can't remember what it's called, but it's like something like deceit something or whatever. Look, it didn't count again.
Get to swimming and follow them flares.
It's not counting. Look. Like, I don't know what to do, and I don't want to keep going around. It's not counting the last thing. And yesterday, it definitely didn't do this. Yesterday was still annoying, but it didn't do this. Yeah, the virtual number. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Well, I can't do it on my vehicle. It takes me off my vehicle, so it's not that. But, like, for some reason, it's not registering that last thing. I mean, maybe I have to jump there? I just don't know. I'll try. I mean, this is the last time I'm trying. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to wait. I just don't like that it's auto-targeting that quest. Every time I finish a new quest, it's just auto-focusing on this quest. And it's like messing up my map tracking because every time I go to do something, it's like actually bringing me here instead. I have to wait the whole minute and 22 seconds for this to start again.
Hey there, scrapper.
Where's my pasta? Where's my pasta? Yeah, no problem. Like I said, it was it's only like, I think it's like an hour and a half. It's not a long one or whatever, but she just like, she can't stop like texting me like all this different stuff. And I'm just like, oh my gosh. But also, like, she's a parent, so, like, for her, she's like, I can't ever possibly, like, imagine doing that. Which I think is why she's so, like... Oh my god. Like, when I was streaming yesterday, I don't know if you guys caught it or not because I tried to mute my mic, but she, like, was, like, yelling up the stairs to me, and I was like, Mom, I'm live! She's like, oh, sorry! Very funny. Alright, this is the last time I'm trying this one. And this is very annoying right now. Ma! My pasta! Okay. There we go. There we go.
Get your sets and go. All right, get to swimming.
There we go.
Follow them flares.
I jumped. I don't know if that made any difference. Why am I taking health? Why am I taking shield? Oh, because I did the slam. I forgot that that's what this shield does when you... Yeah, and then it'll stop and charge back up. I forgot that's a thing in this
I don't
one.
hate it as much as I thought I would.
How about your speeder bike? Get to
Go.
riding.
Now this is pod racing. Because I made that joke last night before it was shit. It was all fucked up. Ugh. Come on.
I'm starting to hate how much I don't hate this.
Ooh, that way's probably faster, but I didn't see it in time. Pod racing in its truest form. Exactly. You get it. You understand. This is pod racing. This is truly, truly pod racing. Minute and 34 left. I don't think I'll make it. Oh, did it count? Oh, how come that time it counted? That screwed me up. Alright, grab. Grab! Grab! Oh my god, idiot. "30 seconds. Take the doohickey to the thingamadoo. Bro. Oh my god.
Well, I certainly don't hate winning.
No legendaries though, because this game is so mean. I didn't think I would make it because she wouldn't grab the thing at the end there, like, oh my god. Okay. Let me see, where's my food? Dasher is heading your way, okay. Probably a couple more minutes, maybe 10 minutes or so. Maybe even less. All right, so where's this? Okay, so that's just there though. That's just like the main area. So I guess we can do that so we can progress this one. But pretty much, what is this going on? This is one here. Let's grab that super duper quick. So that hopefully shouldn't be too hard to find or do. She says, as immediately can't do anything. Where are you? Over here? Over here somewhere? Yeah, you are right there. Nice. Easy, 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 easy. Easy money. Easy money. Oh, hello. Please don't. Okay. Next. See, I'm just so confused because at this one, I can't fucking figure out how to get here. There's gotta be a way up and I cannot figure it out. Unless you can get up here, which I also can't figure out, and then glide over. I don't know how to get over it on top of this one. I might have to look a video up after I finish everything else. Like, I know where it is. I can't figure it out. I cannot figure out how to get on top of this thing. It's on top of this building. And for the life of me, I can't figure it out. Check it out while you're eating. What? That's okay. There's a lot of stuff down here I still need to get to. Okay. Let's go back here so we can at least just do this part because this should hopefully be even a cutscene. I don't want to do these order pots for forever. How many order pots are they? Because I don't like this thing. Is that hold on, is that a challenge or something? Collectibles. Complete all side missions. Oh, 24 to 25 for this first one. Okay. That, go outside. Catch a rare fish. Oh, I did fishing and I didn't get any fish. I got soda cans and what stuff. Have 100 million cash. Okay. Kinda. Yeah, you just use your grappling hook. And you just go to fishing spots. What? Yeah, how many of these pods are there? Like, should I keep doing these pods for her?
You did it! I knew you would, but still, you did it! He's actually dead.
Oh, that's Conway? I didn't know.
I'd ask you to stay and celebrate the victory with the rest of us, but you're not exactly done on Kairos, are you?
The sooner I get to the timekeeper, the better for all of us.
You know, I thought I was ready to die, but when I didn't, I realized finding something to die for isn't the same as having something to live for. So thanks for that. The Outbounders need someone leading them from the front, and I intend to be that leader. The snacks and speeches won't stop, but you taught me how to get in the fight again, too. Put it all together, and we're unstoppable. Whatever the Crimson Resistance needs from this point onward, the Outbounders stand at your side.
Word.
Idolater Saul, once a titan in both stature and cruelty,
is now goo.
Ended up as little more than a puddle of goo beneath the Vault Hunter's boot. Rush and the Outbounders had fought back against the Order, and won. Though some of their ranks would never see their dream of reaching the stars, the hope remained. And thanks to some unlikely alliances, it now burned brighter than ever. A single light against the looming shadow of the Timekeeper. The Vault Hunter had killed his loyal commander, and worse still, fanned the crimson flames of resistance across Kairos. And so, he watched and made his plans.
Ooh. Got a chibi. Wait, is that?
Got one more order pod for you. Ripe for the picking.
I don't know. Oh, I don't know. 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 Let's go here. 27. I'm almost to 30, which means I can almost use one of those legendaries that I got from my like pre-order shit, which are probably gone. Honestly, I didn't even check. Let me go look in here. Nope, they're still here. Message from the void. What's this one say? Hello there. Hello there. Next comes the winding side. Oh. Wait, are those things? What? God Killer. What does that mean? Damage dealt to badass enemies increased by 10. Killing a badass enemy is increased. My food is here. My pasta. My pasta. Here, I'll let you guys look at the town and stuff. Oh, wrong button.
Got one more order pod for you. Ripe for the picking.
I'm back.
Why am I wasting time here exactly? I
Dave,
honestly
you're so
don't
smart.
remember. Let's blame it on the old powers. That usually makes me feel better.
Oh no! Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
Got one
I
more
didn't
order
know.
point for you. Ripe for the
I
picking.
just dropped I just dropped a whole entire roll like right on our head. It's funny. Where to now? See, it says that there's a second quest here. Power drop, side mission. Is it below? No, it's not. It's gotta be below. It's not that person. It has to be below. Remember Valley Forge from when you were a kid? Doesn't mean you're not smart. I want to go down. What do you mean? No, what? Go down. Okay, weird. Yeah, I knew it's got to be below. When I was a kid 300 years ago. No. Give yourself some credit. It was like 280 years ago.
Gambling. It's entertainment.
Woo.
Since the commander got taken down,
Yes,
I've been able to pick up new hobbies like gambling. Have you tried this gambling stuff? It's great, almost addictive. Just insert money, get a power core, toss it in the board, and collect your well-earned prize.
I guess we're gambling.
Now drop that power core like its cells are dangerously unstable.
Huh? Oh. Just anywhere? Oh, in there? Wow.
I trained for this.
Okay, Krista. Wrong fucking button.
Oh, no jackpot. Here's a consolation prize. I hope it consoles you. Please, feed my power drop board. That one power core ready to
Do you get, like... What is happening here? Why is this so hard to throw in here? This is... Why is it not going in? You can't control how hard you... Like, it's just one button. It went the same way.
tasty just for you.
It went the same way.
Hunger for the thrill of the drop again. Your power core as requested.
Alright, what if I go, like...
Tasty just for you.
Huh.
Again? Again!
I guess I need to know. Is this, like, a certain amount of times for the quest, or do I actually have to win this gamba?
Oh, a prize! Play again! I've got as many power cores as you've got money.
I'm sure you do. How do I play optimally?
Win a snack! Surely you hunger for the thrill of the drop again!
Well... Okay. I have money. It's fine.
Oh, no jackpot. Here's a consolation prize.
Oh, the consolation prize actually paid for that spin, so that's not so bad. That spin paid for itself.
Your power core as requested.
See, why is it? I threw that right in the center there.
Oh, no jackpot. Drown your sorrows in this. Surely you hunger for the thrill of the drop again.
I don't know if I want to do this. I feel like this is encouraging the exact point of this quest.
One power core for my favorite customer slash gambler slash vault hunter.
I win!
A big win for the big hero.
Claim your prize. Oh, I shall. It's not even a legendary. Why are they so cheap on legendaries in this game?
Got one more order pod for you. Ripe for the picking.
They do not want to give legendaries this game. That's crazy. I feel like by level 27, I had a bunch of legendaries in 3.
Did you know your head is...
Okay, so now we have main quest stuff, which means we have 3 options, I think. Unless killing Idolater Soul was one of the 3. Then we have 2. We have 2 options. Okay. So I've already explored a good chunk of this other side. So why don't we start exploring this side? Or should we just go and do all of this and then go do all of this? Could be loot. Could be legendaries. Could be lots of options here. This is undiscovered. I want to finish... Like, I want to finish down here. But it looks like I can't. With some of this stuff. Like, all of this I can't get to. I wonder if we get, like, an extra boost on our, jetpack eventually. And we can go higher, and that's how. Okay, so there's literally nothing on the way up to here. So guess we'll start here. Also, I'm trying so hard to be quiet and hopefully, like, you're not hearing me slurp, but sometimes the pasta falls as I'm trying to eat it. Enjoy your food. I know, but I could mute every time I take a bite, but. Ooh. I think they put just a little extra syrup in that one on accident, because that one is very sweet. Which is fine, but I wasn't expecting it. That's good. Oh yeah, I didn't stop any of these places. I just kept booking it. I didn't stop any of these places. I was just like, let me see how far I can take the map before it stops me. And it did not stop me. Oh, there it is. I see it. Now what's next on the way? This is next on the way.
Typical Rafa. Always looking ahead instead of around. This whole building is rigged to explode. Face it, I've got you.
Her name is Ted. What could be a girl name that a nickname would be Ted? You downloaded Pokemon Go? Okay, let's go. Like, literally, let's go, and, like, also, like, let's go. Teddy Ursa? I guess Teddy Ursa is a kind of innate feminine name, isn't it? Because of, like, Ursula. Ooh.
That could have been more fun.
Driver, how's your day, by the way? Hope you had a nice day. No, the black hole's got me. That was dumb of me. That was so stupid of me to do that. Let me lob a whole fucking shotgun of grenades at you while you're directly in front of my face. Jeez, this does not end. It says they're above too, so.
Sorry, not sorry. This is for you.
I definitely am gonna get the shotgun challenges finished before everything else. That's for sure. I can't help it. I love the shotguns. They're so fun. In and out. What you making?
Time to explode!
Pad thai with chicken. Chim thai. I have pasta primavera with piscati. Wait. Wait. Wait, where's the thing? Is it above me? I only see the one marker. It is above. Look at that. That's interesting. Who is speaking? Yeah, instead of rip, it's rim. Oh no. There it is. No, no, no. You shitheads. Who else is left? Sheesh. All right, where did it go? Is it still up there? Oh, it survived somehow, I think. Can you chill? Jeez, stop. I might have to turn that. I might have to respec and get rid of that. The speed while I have my thing apparently is like fucking with me. Wait, no, there's no way. It's gotta be down again. I don't think I threw it this far. Did it count? When I threw it up here, did it count? It fucking did. Guys, I slam dunked that somehow. I airballed that. That's insane. I just threw it up there so that I would be up here when I finished killing everybody and I could plug it in, but apparently I threw it so perfectly that it registered. Swish, yeah. crazy. Who is still here though? There's one enemy that still counts. Are you these guys counting?
This is for you! It's almost unfair how good I am. Time to explode!
Oh, who just knocked me back? Shit. This is kind of crazy. Oh no, I'm out of ammo! Ooh. That was crazy. Oh. Did he say you better goon? You better goon. Why is this not going? Looks like it finished. Smack water. Smack water. Ooh, there's mushrooms in this. Oh, I don't like mushrooms. Good thing I saw that and I didn't just like scoop a big scoop of it. Because I would have been really grossed out. I wish you get more than one roll though. The one roll was not quite enough. Just not quite enough for the amount of pasta, you know? Wait, where is that? I don't want to go across. Is it down? Oh, I think it's over in that house there. Which means... I don't really know how to get over there. It's not yet. It's so loud. I don't know if it's so loud for you guys or not, but it's so loud. Gen 1. Oh yeah, we fought Gen 1. That was the last thing we did last night. No path found. No path found. No path. See, some of these are like, there's no path here. So, interesting. Oh shit, I forgot again to get rid of that. The one thing I will say, in all the other Borderlands games, you could like run over shit with your vehicle and like actually kill people. Like this one, it hurts your vehicle.
Sounds painful. Can you help me? You're making my skin crawl.
So this one is really good against just like regular human enemies. Whoa, okay,
The
chill.
darkness screams for you. This'll do. Salutations.
You can shot it, but I'm taking cover.
Come on, reload faster. Oh my god, and he ducked behind. I hate that shit. Ugh.
To the dark.
They have been doing this so much. When you're in fight for your life, they get behind cover. What the hell is that? Oh my gosh, there's more? Hello, Jankus.
A vault hunter. Oh, sweet serendipity. Zoons!
What are you doing?
You shall prank my brother for me, and he'll never see it coming. He's under a sludge pipe, cooling his heels. If you shot the sludge pipe, hilarity might well ensue.
Is this gonna be something where I accidentally kill his brother? Instead of pranking him, or the prank is killing him? And he's like, haha, so funny, because I am psycho. Because that has happened before. Jankus Wankus. I can't take a screenshot because... There you go. Jankus Wankus. Probable? Most likely. Alright. Imminent jest. Back that shit. Where is he? Resting under a sludge pipe, he says. It would be so funny, he says. Guys, I don't remember, did I tell you? I think I told you. I think I've said. I got the first set. It's 10 static and 3 animated. I got the first set. They're so good. I'm so excited for like the whole set. I almost like impatiently want to screw myself over and just say fuck it and just like pay for all of them right now and then just like go without like go without food for the next couple weeks. But I won't. I'm being responsible. Oh, a vault symbol. Not marked on my map. Pretty sweet. I think I noticed that. Silt Grasp Canyon. Woo! Isn't here penguin? Took a break to be a human being. 6 years. Yeah, no, I will. But yeah, I definitely want to. When I started, I lived on ramen noodles. I know. I mean, I might be able to jump ahead a little bit between my Twitch paycheck and between the wonderfully kind donations that we've gotten this weekend. I might be able to get the next set. I'll have to do the math. Nice. Oh wait, okay, so I've never beaten one of these guys. I think you have to stay in the bubble somehow, which I'm like...
Could happen, they said. Buffoons, I say. Buffoons!
Oh my gosh, their names are Jankus and Crankus. But I think I have to stay in the circle, which means I have to stay like really close to him. Oh. Yep, I knew that. Okay, let me get you. No, move out of the way, I need to kill him!
Uh-oh, someone didn't kill me good enough.
Turrets, man, turrets! Turrets! Ugh. These world bosses are hard. For sure. Have you killed any? Oh, you play with people, or yeah.
Not for me.
Well, I mean, that doesn't downplay any of it, but I imagine playing with other people makes it a smidge easier.
I almost feel bad for you.
It's like a little parade. It's over here, I think.
Oh, disgusting! And yet, well done. I applaud
Villa de crank you.
Now, speak with me. A cunning prank, a ribald prank. Such turnabout deserves fair play. You will find my brother's abode, and you shall turn off the air conditioning. Devilish!
Oh my
is it not?
gosh.
It is not.
Splendid! I shall upload my brother's hovel to your echo.
Yes, I already know where he is. I definitely didn't just come from there. That'd be crazy. Life-sustaining, so that's why I was like, these always turn into me accidentally killing somebody, and they're like, haha, isn't it funny? And you're like, no, it's not. What? It's all missed. Okay, now I can do this in peace. 1, 2. Okay. No, okay. How good things are working on Mac? That's good. Not perfectly. Hey. Not perfectly is better than not at all. And then the third one was where? Oh, it's right there. I see it. Magical playthrough? So far, yeah. Okay, guess I touched it, but not. Pretty sure you're further. Honestly, I've been fucking off a lot. I've been doing a lot of side questing and bullshitting. Are there more than 2 brothers? Is that what's going on? Mm-hmm, because this one says king. You've seen the bioweapon? I'm pretty sure you're fire the gas thing. Yes, I have seen the locusts, you mean? Locust? Yeah. Yeah. The locust gas, yeah. I have questions. I have more questions. Chat. Not a single one of you? I'll do it myself. What happened at roller derby? What happened? I was doing my mission while I was just exploring, and I went into this room, and then I found this, and I was like, oh, I have questions. And then I went over on the other side, and then I went, oh, I have more questions. And then I turned around and I saw this. I saw it. Nobody thought it was funny then. Okay, that's fine. Fine. Gotta go back and that. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. That was insanity. Sabotage the air conditioner, but where is it? Like, I'm sure it's someplace and I'm literally just not seeing it. No, it says it's down. Okay, so it says it's down. Hold on. Hold on. It's very clearly here and I just don't see. No, it's below? Oh, I guess it's still further below? Oh, here. How come one of them... How come that one said king?
There, my brother's shack. Now, you must cut power to the air conditioning unit, and thus ruin his day with humidity.
Ah! Oh my gosh, the penguins! Oh my gosh, they don't stop! Sheesh! Trying to watch you and game at the same time because I don't want to miss your stream. You're good! Enjoy your game, of course.
The AC unit malfunctioned.
Oh my god, he's on fire.
It hurts so bad. I'm dying. This isn't funny anymore.
I said it. I said it.
Sorry, dude.
So, how did the prank go? You must meet me in person and convey the details.
Yeah,
Yeah, you should
called it.
probably hear about this in person. Apologies in advance.
I suspect that's your way of saying the prank went very well.
Yep, that's exactly what I was saying. Actually, I was just thinking about how well it went. Did the brother have a tragic accident? Yeah. When you turned the AC unit off, it malfunctioned and set him on fire, and he died. Which is exactly what I said was gonna happen. We should have listened to you. No one listens to me. No one ever listens to me. I should write quests for video games. I write sins, not tragedies. I write sins. That's not even how the song goes. Not tragedies. Haven't you people ever heard of sins and tragedies?
So easy.
Tragedy plus time equals comedy or something. Might want to check the math on that. Isn't that the name of the song? The tragedy working against me. Right? That's the System of a Down song. Smile now, cry later. Arc star with the raid. How was the hyming of the vow? Thank you so much for the invite. Thank you for the invite, even though I couldn't this time.
So tell me, how
welcome in, guys. How was stream? How was stream? Welcome in, Raiders. How was stream? How was your Valheim? Did you do the things? Did you do all the things? Where are you? Did you wait? So last week you guys fought the Elder. So what did you guys do this week? What'd you guys do this week? The Call of Borderlands is strong. Made it to the swamp. Nice, 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 nice. The swamp is one of my favorite places for resources. One of my least favorite places for enemies. Welcome in, Raiders. You know the deal. Hello, hi, my name is Krista or Pixel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer and I play whatever the heck I want, including things like these games right here, Lego games, Nintendo games, simulator, shooter, survival games, Souls-like, and everything in between. Here's the video. You know the Abomination. Let's go. Those are terrifying because they just like literally hop out of nowhere. Sorry, my caveman. Oh my gosh, you'll just have to do it in the nude. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! You think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down because I could see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun. Bye. It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees!
Bees! Run to get the bees!
Oh
it's like hot dogs! What is happening?
I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg.
It's soup. It's soup.
Where are the Vajuzhans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming.
What? I can't.
Thank you for the raid, Arc. I appreciate it. And thank you again. Thank you so much for the invite. Even when on days that I probably won't be able to play, I still like being invited. No, not you. No, not you, Azaro. I was speaking to somebody specifically in that clip. You can't. You're not. No.
You haven't even heard the best part. We're going to do a whole new prank called Kill the Vault Hunter and sell their parts at the black
Oh my gosh, she's back!
Now be a good child and give us all your inner.
Nice
Nice try.
What a rascal I am. You're dead. You're dead. You're always welcome. Thanks. I actually just said that earlier because I had a quest in this game where I had to get an egg and I had to carry it all the way back to a place and drop it off. And of course everyone was doing the egg emo and all that, and I was like, man, I really missed that game. I want to replay that game. Maybe I'll play that game soon. And we beat up to boss number 5, so we haven't beat boss number 6 or boss number 7 because those were the 2 expansions after I stopped playing with you know of the who. The whomst. You know whomst. Whomst. Egg. Egg. They added bears. Burst have been meeting the bears. Nice. Yeah, I definitely gotta get. I definitely gotta get back into it. Definitely. Where are you taking me exactly? On this road? Guess so. Where forms? Feels rain, man. Definitely. I'm glad somebody got the joke. The ref. Crash mid-mission, had to restart. One more mission set to go. What? Man, you're so cool. You're so cool, man. You're so cool. There's a propaganda speaker. Propagander? We'll take a propagander. Where else do I go? I can't get over here. This is all like blocked off. So maybe over here? I thought I had gotten close enough to here though, didn't I? What's good for the goose is... smelling like a moose. Wolfie! That's 4 entire years. That's crazy. You get a new, I think you get a new badge now, don't you? I think 4 years is a newbie. Thanks, Wolfie. You're a champ. That's 4 years, 48 months. That's crazy. Where is this? Did you just resub too? I don't know. I guess the Pixelbot thinks you did. There it is. I was like, how come Pixelbot's getting ahead of itself? 35. FOIve. Rusif, thank you. Rusif, I miss you too. I miss all my friends. The bot knows. I know, that's why I was like, what? I guess it was just getting ahead of itself. Broseph is here! My internet is so bad, but 9 days. I was about to ask when does the big thing of things happen? That's awesome. So in 2 weeks, we're gonna play something then, right? The real Borderlands are the friends we made along the way. We take possession of the souls the 22nd. I'm so excited. What are we playing? You pick. You pick. It's your celebration. Are you gonna stream? Oh my god, are you gonna stream? We have to finish alone. We do have to finish alone. We do.
I win.
Ooh, I'm done? Nice, I'm done. We do have to finish alone. I have to stream. I have to show the place. Yeah, you should. We should do something. Broseph has forgotten how to play games. The last time Broseph and I played something, they couldn't talk, so they just like ran around, but their internet was so bad, so it would like lag, and they would just like stand in place for a minute and then like disappear and be on the other side of the room. It was very funny. Getting hit by zombies. It did have good flow. You definitely were in a zone for sure. I'd be like, Broseph, you good? And you just like hop up and down. I'd be like, okay.
Let me help you with that crazy.
Oh, my face is just... You make questionable choices. Alright, this fucker. Alright, we gotta get in, row one, and get out. Nice. Nice. Aha, loser. Aha, loser. Alright, he's almost dead though. Nice. Yeah, Broseph, pick whatever you want. Your turn. You pick. It'll be your choice. We'll play something. Oh, Broseph, I don't know. Oh, Ark, I don't know if you heard either. So I'm getting new emotes commissioned. Woo! I'm getting new emotes commissioned, and they're like actually like a full set of brand new static emotes and animated emotes. That's crazy right now. I'm really excited. From Eris? No, actually not from Eris. I had to really like go through like a moral dilemma and decide, because there's a couple things. First of all, her prices went up again, and she doesn't animate. So like I would have had to commission for her and then commission for her to make templates for an animator as well, and then pay the animator. And I was like, it's too much. As much as I love her and everything, like, this is insane. Holy shit. This is insane. I can't even see right now. Oh my god. Bro, these mines are crazy. Yeah, down again. Get out! Get out! Get out! This is so... This is crazy right now. What are you supposed to do? Holy shit. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. Kind of bummed up. He got gabapentin from the vet. Aw, poor baby.
Please
it's just 5 more minutes.
Looks like you're supposed to get shot a bunch, and then that's what that looks like to me too. That does not look like that is something that's supposed to be able to be won. That was crazy. That was crazy. So let's not do that for a hot minute. See, this says that there's more stuff here. So okay, that's the drill site. That's that. Okay, so it says that there's a propaganda speaker, but I've done everything, and like there's nothing here. Because how would you get out of there once you're in there? Huh. Interesting. Not quite sure how that's supposed to be a thing. The lower left corner. Yeah, but see, as I've been having the same problem down here. I can't, like, get up these mountains. Like, I can't, like, scale up these mountains. So I'll bet you that it's almost the same thing here. I mean, I can go maybe there. No way you want me to go that way. The directions in this thing are so broken. This guy, this does not know what, this does not know. It does not know what it's talking about. Oh, that felt great. I don't know if they heard that on the microphone, but that felt wonderful. All right, let's try. Hi, babe. I feel your little posies down there. I hear you. Oh, I feel like I tried this. Let's see. Is this the same place as before? Wallowing Heights. I don't hear a propaganda speaker here, so let's go further. Oh no, this is the Jenkins shack. Wait, now it's trying to take me where? See, I knew it. I knew I wouldn't be able to go this way. And this stupid game doesn't fucking know. Is this gonna be out of bounds? No. Okay. Is that gonna be out of bounds? That's probably gonna be out of bounds. Yeah. It's so dumb.
One more of those, please.
You have to sit if you're up here, though, okay? You're gonna sit? You're gonna sit nice? Yeah? Okay. No, no, no. Just sit nice. Okay, where did this put me? There. Wow. Yeah? Okay. Wrath of the Ripper Queen. Save all these that are undiscovered too. Power Ballad of Rod Vomit. Says it's hard. Then I have all this that I haven't explored yet up here. Ow, Ellie. Yeah, let's finish doing this whole side before we go and do this side. I mean, I don't know though, because wouldn't there potentially be like a lot of loot over here, maybe? Like there could be potential loot on both sides that might help advance the story, like there could be legendaries over there, you know? What are you licking over there? And why are you fighting me so bad to get over there? Hmm? There's loot everywhere. I know, but like, I haven't found a lot of legendaries yet. And I'm like, what's the key? Alright, let's... Ow, ow. Let's keep going over here, because all this is still unexplored. Like, all the rest over here. Like, can I go, like, here? Technically, yeah. Let's try it. Well, it doesn't really matter, because we know that this thing is broken. They'll be like, yeah, here's the path. And it's, like, a mountain. Like, literally through a mountain. Are you not gonna... Thanks. That should make it drop more legendary. It should, right? Wait, is streamer mode not on? That's what streamer mode means, right? You're gonna fall. You're gonna fall. Really? According to the internet. Well, everything on the internet is accurate, so. I want these side quests. Hold on. We're side questing. Hold on. Whoa, where is this? There's a side quest here? Wherpst. It says there's a thing here though. Oh no, it's here, but it's below. Okay. That's below too. Okay, interesting. So these are all underground. It looks like, because that's right here. And that says under that. Yeah, this is underground. Okay, so how? How do we get down? Yep. I knew it. I knew it. The couch hole. You're beautiful. Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise. You're doing great, sweetie. 3D mini mapping yet? Bro, they took the mini map out of this one and they have a compass now and I hate it.
Do you think you have what it takes to be a star? You're almost certainly wrong, but don't let that stop you. Come audition for
I liked the mini map because you could like see all the different directions that people are. You could see when people are behind you, coming up behind you.
Maybe you'll be the next big thing. Or maybe you'll need to
Ellie,
sign
honey,
up for a
what?
series of prohibitively expensive
I don't
classes,
understand why
workshops,
you're
and
so
seminars
needy
first.
lately.
But you'll take them because you can't fathom a life where you're not famous for one day longer.
She's so needy lately.
And that's exactly what I'm counting on.
None of you are cutting it! I need real Ripper talent. Ugh. Take 5.
Talk to Lisa. Hello.
Oh, lucky day. It's you. What's the haps?
Ow. Ow.
Ever heard of iconic metal powerhouse Thrum Dumpster? Well, they need a new vocalist.
I'm sorry, what?
Rod Vomit, the frontman, didn't survive the landing onto Kairos. Death Scream was in perfect pitch, though. Anyway, I've already scouted a few vocalists with the right pipes and look. Real badasses. I need you to fetch them for me.
Right.
Why not? I can already tell who sucks, and that's gotta be half the job, right?
Ow.
Full disclosure, these guys aren't going to come willingly. Fight the system and all that. Blah, blah, blah. Luckily, I have some digidongles you can use.
Oh.
Dongle. Gets me every time. How's it work?
So glad you asked. Oh, one sec. Oh, sorry, darling. I'm afraid you're just not what we're looking for. Help yourself to a mint on the way out. Some people can't handle rejection. Be a doll and pacifier for me.
You mean pacifier killer?
Good work.
Oh,
Here,
okay,
quick digidongle demo. Stick one up. Voila, nothing to it. Take these and use them on the 3 talents I've scouted. Make it quick. It's called showbiz, not slow biz.
Huh. Ow. 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 You have to chill. I don't know why you're like so needy lately. What is the deal?
I could nap right here, and no one would stop me.
What? 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 Need to go make dinner? Go enjoy! Hey. 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 Okay, I need, can I play now? Alright, I think we might need to take a quick little break for Little Miss thing here. What are you doing? What are we doing? Alright, I'll be back in just a minute, guys.
guess rich people are mean no matter where they are.
It's been a whole week since I absolutely lost my mind. And that's great.
I could nap right here, and no one would stop me. I can't believe he called me strange. I love counting the little bugs.
I don't really have to go back to my word, right? Oh, shoot, I forgot my planner.
I could nap right here, and no one would stop me. I guess rich people are mean no matter where they are.
It's been a whole week since I absolutely lost my mind. And that's great. I've told Marie 12 times. There never were salad forks.
Okay, we back. We are back. Thank you again to all those who waited. It was a little scary outside. It was a little scary outside because I was, you know, just watching her, not really paying attention to much else. Like, obviously I hard focus her to make sure that nothing happens to her. So I kind of just like watch. And behind me, I heard something go under the stairs on our like our deck. And I was like, oh, that's weird. Like maybe it was like a cat or whatever. But then I went over like closer to Ellie to make sure that like, even if it was a cat, that the cat didn't like come out from under the deck to go after her. And I could hear it like walking like up against the stuff in the deck. And I was like, uh-oh, I don't know what it is. It's Michael Myers. Oh my gosh, imagine. This one's not bad, I guess. It's legendary. Okay, so now what do I do? See, that's probably not the smartest way to get that. It's probably this way and up. This game is so wackadoo sometimes. Your phone died on your way home? Ellie, no, 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 no. Where's the Ballad of Rod Vomit? Here it is. Oh, yeah, it's multiples. There just happens to be one that's close. Wait, is there one even closer? No. Okay. And then I just...
You're looking for a giant meathead who goes
Oh.
by Big Suck.
Big
I know,
Suck.
We'll change it. Suck Titan, maybe. Anyway, he's the leader of a roving drill gang. And the goss is that his singing voice has health restoring properties.
Branthony.
You've gotta hurry or... Oh no! There he is! Please! You've gotta... sounds promising. Head over and see if it's Big Suck. Suckleberry Finn. Sucktoberfest?
It's Oktoberfest,
Still
yeah.
workshopping it.
I don't know.
I'm sorry. It's a trap. They made me do it.
Here it comes. Right there.
Big Suck.
Just listen to that voice. The crowd feeds off his energy like parasites. Parasites we can monetize. Quick, dongle him while he's down.
Dongle him.
Hey, Big Suck! You suck! Wait,
Very good. I'm curious to see if Big Suck has what it
Whoa.
takes to fill Brad's spiked combat boots.
Damn, spiked? You still got
Nice. Easy. Easy. Ooh, there's loot in here though, huh? No fucking legendaries, I bet.
Let's make some art. This is not your home. Engage it.
Why? I'm just trying to loot. Why? I'm just looting.
Success tip.
I just love this grenade. It's so underleveled at this point, but I just love it.
That could have been more fun.
For the noise!
I love it. So that's the first guy. Oh, here's a question mark I haven't discovered. I can go over here right quick.
You should be getting close to a ripper named Crunch Tongue. Used to be the backup singer
Crunch
for Scrunt.
Tongue for
When he's
Scrunt.
not shredding on stage, he's hunting dangerous game.
I don't want to meet any of these people, honestly. Crunch Tongue.
Here's the truth.
Crunch Tongue.
Wow, what an honor. He's inviting you to join their hunt. Do it. Join in.
No. No. He dead.
Chase to tear apart! Make wind from your top hole!
He's not even tooting his own horn. So humble.
I killed him.
We'll have to work on that. Go on, give it a blow.
What? What?
Put it in the sticking place! Cold metal on bone!
Well, you see, I killed him, so... Oh, he alive again. Is he? No? No, he's not. Okay. Bugged game, be bugged. Ammo. Ammo. What do I do?
Get on that horn again and blow like you mean it, Vault Hunter.
Okay. I shall blow. Blow like you mean it. Whee!
I'll put you on in my I don't like
Well, now that he's distracted, we should make our move.
You lose.
Oh, look, he's back. Dongle him. Dongled. Oh no, it was even worse than that. It was crunch tongue. And I already got the big suck. Oh, I'm sorry, not the, just big suck. Hi bestie, how are you? Welcome in. I tried that one. That one's crazy. There's a propo speaker there. Let's continue going to this unknown place here. Football disappointed. Oh. Who against whomst? Whomst against whomst. So many's. Oh, more than one gave you the disappointings? Oof, that's even rougher. That's rough, buddy. Borderlands has been good. Except for when this happens. Here's your direction. That's a mountain. But most importantly, the Broncos. R.I.P. R.I.P. the Broncos. Oh, it's below? Below, you say. Oh, below, you say. Oh no, it's a mine. Into the mines. I can't mine? No, I can't. I still can't do these. Oh, that's frustrating. Rip indeed. R.I.P. R.I.P. You and me. Okay, so let's get this. Wait, what do you mean? That's not just here? Get out. That's gotta be just here. Rip in peace. Oh, what did they just say? Rim. Rest in misery. Okay, so it's below. It's below here. Below. Even more below? Below. Wait. Yeah, below. I did it. Ah! Bug. Are these not giving me XP? Hey, stop that. Stop it right now, sir. Emerge out of your hole to death. Okay, now. Now. Okay, so that's where I need to get to. Do I have another safe? I don't have another safe. Oh, yes, I do. So if I go from there, it'll take me that way. Okay. Let's do that. Oh, look at that. Path became so much easier. Is it just yeet? Oh no, was it the other way? Was it the other way of yeet? It was. Oh my gosh, silly gooses. You guys are so silly. Wait, is that a lift that goes up? No, it's not. So then how does it want
Come to take a look at me goods?
me to go upwards? I'm very confused. Come to take a look at me goods.
Oh, that's if you got you that'll keep the bite back. Just scrap if you got any more like this.
Stop. Wrong button, stop. Okay, let's do 290. Okay, so I can increase my lost loot all the way. Well, no, not all the way, but a lot of way. What do we use more of? Okay. So I guess this is the only way, huh? So, or this is just not the most efficient way. Because look, where is it telling me to go? Nowhere. It's saying it's like there. Okay, so let's do this. Oh yeah! We can do this. Where am I supposed to be going again? Let's go see who this world. Lucky Lou and Handy Howard. Woo!
Death to a life imitated. Suffering.
Ah! Ah!
For you.
Yay! I got the achievement for defeating a world boss.
Your existence has been revoked.
Where did these asses fucking come from? Dude, where did these guys just come from? Like, I just killed the world boss here. It's just dropping off more dudes. or none of that either? Okay, cool. Ooh, okay. Look at all this loot. That's a lot of loot. See if any of it's good. That's crazy. That's fun, but that's crazy. Okay. Some of my shit's still pretty low. Let's see what we have here. Action skill, cooldown rate, movement speed, skill damage. That's actually probably gonna be the best one. Alright, that's my new shield. What about this? Guns with let-off license prior to 20% fire rate and gun rate, assault rifle, sniper rifle. Gun accuracy, reload speed, magazine size. Hyperion license power, get 100% shield capacity. Be cool if I used a lot of Hyperion guns, but I don't. Okay. 5. Oh yeah, my Jason waterfall is still the best one though. Fires bullets around the grenade. Alright, I'm gonna try this one, see how it is compared to my Jason waterfalls, which was so good. My performative crank is pretty good. Not really better. None of these are really better, honestly. Okay. Oh. Engorged performative crank. Gun charges before full auto firing? Why? Why? My lionized Burt's Bees. This one's cool, but it's fine. Playful Kitty can switch. Oh, so it's a Torg with shock and that's actually really good. 417, 408. This is a blast on the runners. Okay. 17, 4. This one's got the switch. I like that, but let's keep looking in the meantime because that's actually really good. Does more damage. This does a lot more damage. This one does a lot more damage too. But this one I like has the different elements. Damn, these all have better, but like this has the element switcher, which is really nice. Alright, I'll play with that for a little bit and we'll see. Yeah, let's finish this guy. Sketch Calhoun. The only guy in this entire quest with a normal name. I couldn't summon the vehicle because... Why? That was weird. I was gonna say I couldn't summon it because the robot guy was in front of me, but then... Ah! Please don't tell me he's above. Oh, he's probably there. No! Vault door found, though. I thought that ramp was closer, and then when I realized it was too late, I couldn't save it.
I'm back.
A vault door? How? Only the vault vault fragments in Carcadia Burn can open this vault. That's kind of cool.
Goody.
Which I don't have, of course. Are you implying I'm supposed to be able to make that? Alright, full fucking send. I made it. Oops. Full send! Wait, I want to be radioactive. 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 Okay, I don't like this already. I think I like the other one better. Sure. Totally what I meant to do. Okay, new grenade, kind of cool. New grenade, kind of cool. Let's watch it in action. Boom. And then lots of little boomies afterwards. Boom. Boom. In your face.
You're giving me goosebumps in a bad way.
Nice. Wee. Oh. Let's do this at the same time. It'll be fun, she said. It'll be fun, she said. Yeah, we're trying a new shotgun too. Oh shit, I forgot. You have to hold it down. Oh, get on him. Oh, get on him! You son of a bitch. Oops. Oops.
I must hide.
You could use a fun assignment. Well, tonight's fun that will be assigned to you is to bake 24 cookies and then mail them to my house.
It's over.
I never said that the fun had to be convenient for you.
Love these things.
Ah. 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 No. Ah.
For Kairos, I will give it more if I could. My destiny is greater than anything you can conceive, as long as the timekeeper's blood remains in me. Rip yourself, and I will show you a
Why are you
flaming
scared that there's nobody here? Echo. Echo. Oh my gosh, do I have to kill these guys? It's gonna make me fail my shit.
You hack, I'll cause chaos and trouble. We're such a good team.
There we go. Counting again? We're not counting again.
Think to yourself.
You're not counting again, little robot.
Wanna die?
I don't know where they are, so hopefully that gets them.
Keep hacking, little bud. I'll buy you whatever time you need.
It did some damage. I just don't know who. Wait, I think I see you. There we go. Now he's counting again. You actually are baking cookies and then you're gonna send them to me? Oh my god, okay, it's 9:30. Where can I get cookies? Holy shit. Where can I get cookies right now? I mean, I can get like a dozen from McDonald's. I know that they have a dozen chocolate chip cookies for like $5 or some shit. They're not bad. They're actually not crumble. We don't I don't know if there's a crumble near here, but also everything closes wicked early here. See, like Great American Cookies is already closed. Yeah, everyone said crumble. It's not wicked early, but like they're idiots here. Okay, so he's scared because it says there's somebody's here, but there's not. These are buggy. Cookies. Oatmeal cranberry, eh?
Carcadians, take the first step toward your ascension. Join me willingly as we rise into destiny.
What? Okay, so I think I'm gonna have to leave and come back because they're not, whoever is here that's threatening him is not spawning. Subway. Oh yeah, they've got like the foot-long cookie.
Do your
Okay.
thing, Thor. I've got your back.
You gonna respawn now? 50. Here we go. There's somebody at least. Okay.
You lose.
Okay. Okay, finish up.
Every one of you was in that vision as well.
Hell yeah.
Much better. I'm so sick of that guy's voice.
Alright, let me get some cookies. I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna go for McDonald's, honestly. Oh, they have the Mount McDonald Land shake still, it looks like. Oh, do they have pumpkin pies? Sweets and treats. Yeah, they got pumpkin pies. Wait, apple and pumpkin and cream pie? That can't be right. That's not right. That's got to be a mistake. Right? Like that has to be a mistake, right? I literally need another $1 even after both of those things. That's crazy. Come on. Don't be like that. Since when is everything so... Like, I just want a small shake and it's $4, bro. Oh my gosh, frappes are cheaper. I might as well just get a frappe. Holy crap. Hi. How are you? Hi, what's up? Okay. How's the weekend going? It's going swimmingly. Wonderful, actually, even.
Sketch Calhoun. He was the co-founder of
How are you? How's your lands? Are they being bordered?
to be more audience friendly. Remind me never to take branding lessons from this guy. Looks like I'll need to find another way in.
Okay. So there's a hole over there. Respec is fun. Yeah, I'll probably end up respecing if I'm being totally honest. Now that I know a teeny bit more. I thought that was the way across for sure, but I guess I was incorrect. It's implying to go all the way around? Really? Really? Oh, to go under. Under the sea. Under the sea. The stop flow bowels. Stop flowing your bowels. Stop flowing your bowels. Hey, 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 hey. Whee! Your evening meal. Your evening schmeal. Your schmeevening schmeal. Two-second rule to what? To killing you? You want me to kill you in 2 seconds? I don't know. Okay. Ah! 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 This wheel. Spike.
Time to explode.
Ah. Okay, the hive mind's not so bad, actually. It just takes a minute to get used to the spread. Look at you, Azarl. You're so cool. You have supper and you have dinner? That's true. I can't wait for some cookies, guys. Cookies. Cook-hims. Cookin' hims.
Sketch Calhoun?
Another fan come to join the mosh! Yeah! You're just in time! For this next number, I want to see your fury unleashed! I want to see bodies colliding! Now, get your asses to the pit and mosh, mosh, mosh!
This guy gets it! For the mosh!
For the watch! Mosh! Mosh! I'm moshing so hard right now. Is this how you mosh, guys?
Hey, bad mosh etiquette!
that really the best you've got? I've seen more energy in a funeral procession. This is how you unleash fury.
Death! 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 Death!
Catch this! Draw these people! Ow! Hey, you're ruining my outfits!
Let's turn this pit into a real ripper frenzy. I want to see you bleed. Time to show you boneless bastards how it's really done.
You turned the vibes toxic, guy. Total buzzkill.
Ah!
Love is vile. I'll show you who loves me. Hurt me like you mean it. I want to see your festering rage.
Oh, it's festering. Don't you worry. It's like a grenade to his butt.
Lights out. Excellent work.
Nice.
Now just paste on the old digidome.
What did I have for supper and how was it? I had pasta primavera and it was very, very, very good. But they only give you one roll and I wish they gave you 2 rolls because I had so much sauce.
The violence was borderline performative.
Borderlands performative.
Perfect. Coming for a sound check now. Come on back. You won't want to miss the show.
Closer and closer!
Bruh. Bruh. Oh my god, just die. And I just cut my hair. That's me dying as well. No, what did they say? Okay, waiting for your order. Good. Good. Wait for my order. Forever. Wait for it forever. Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. I don't think there's anything else to do in here. Oh my god! It was so bright! Oh wait, I didn't get the thing in here. Go back. We gotta go back. They're so good. Potatoes are so good. I agree. Hard agree. You're still above. Oh. Oh, I see. Ah! Okay, hold on. Okay, you know, you could help out by gliding a little bit better. Gaming. Ranch. That's actually pretty decent.
Wait, what's the Kyrosian calendrical system again? Ah, whatever. It's Friday somewhere, and you know what that means. Dancing, thumping beats, and bumping meats. Or it would, if there was any sort of club scene on this almighty robot policeman forsaken.
Thumping beats and thumping and bumping meats.
But through the power of self-expression, empowering them through the
fluid intake immediately.
Definitely trying dance.
Thank you. Okay, now. What's this? The Wrath of the Ripper Queen. Oh, that's back to here. God. You haven't ate today and it's 9 p.m. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, Wabbit. You should probably eat some food. That'd be crazy. You just ordered poopies? Oh my gosh, I hope your poopies is good. Oh, wait, Dave, I'm sorry. So sorry, I'm trying. I'm never gonna drop it. It's never gonna not be funny. Eating all your groceries and snacks today? That's what they're for, right? To be snacked?
There you are. Just in time for the sound check. You boys learned the song? Excellent. Cue music.
Am I supposed to be fighting people who are trying to come in without tickets, or what are we doing here?
Hold on, they're good?
Are you there just the rest of this week? Leaving Saturday? Nice. It'd be really funny if they catch on fire and die. Drum dumpster. Hell yeah.
That was incredible. Incredibly dreadful. The performance lacked energy and the vocals were completely off key.
What?
Yeah, it's a no from me. You're all fired.
What? Bitch, you did this!
Rejection is part of the biz.
Y'all did this, not me. Why you fighting me? I said you guys were great. I was dancing and everything. Fuck. No, come back into the... Okay, it ended. Never mind.
Just one more day.
What? You dropped $100. Look what you did, lady!
Not the worst audition I've ever been to. So the search for a Rod vomit replacement continues.
Are you kidding? That was perfect. I recorded the whole thing. It'll go viral.
Oh my god, I want to shoot you in the face so bad.
The headlines. 3 rock prodigies killed in a savage sound check, and at the dawn of their careers, no less. Ah, the merch alone is gonna sell for years.
What a
Thrum
bitch.
Dumpster is dead. Long live Thrum Dumpster.
Long live Thrum Dumpster. R.I.P. Thrum. The Thrum Dumpies. The Thrum Dumpies. Oh, how do I get here? Oh, let's try that. Why does it do that though? Just go that way, right? Silly gooses. This way? This way? Oh, my cookies are here!
Whatever.
My cookies!
I just got her cleaned.
Cookies! Oh yeah, Wolfie, let me read that in a minute. I hope they're nice and warm, because sometimes when you order them from McDonald's, you get like the fresh ones and they're so warm and it's delicious. Eh. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh, come on. Jerks.
Well, you see. Technically, it's over here. All right. Marinated butter bean salad is marinated in lemon juice, harissa and virgin olive oil mixed with fresh dill peppers. Harissa had a little more kick than I'd like to find a mild and smoky. Mix in a little Greek yogurt to take the edge off. That does sound good, actually. Alright, I'm gonna go get my cookies in just a moment. I just want to be kind of safe-ish. Alright, we're just gonna pause because we're not gonna be safe for a second. Alright, I'm just gonna grab my cookies and I'll be right back. Cookies sound good. I have actual food, but not enough junk food. Yeah, whenever I go shopping, even if I'm not in the mood for junk food right then and there, I'll always end up getting something because I know as soon as somebody mentions something junk, I'll be like, ooh, that sounds good. Oh, they're nice and warm. And I've got my pumpkin pies for later. Garbage bin. Oh, I moved my garbage bin. It's over there. Can I make it? Close enough. Jump thing sunk. Hi. Welcome back, driver. How'd the rest of your day go? Are they warm? Oh my gosh, they're nice and warm. Oh my gosh, they're warm. Oh my god. Guys, this is such a good idea. This was such a good idea. Whose idea was this? It was such a good idea. Chocolate chip, uh-huh. This is a good idea. Good idea, chat.
You're giving me goosebumps in a bad way.
Oh my god, a giant geyser! I think I actually have to use it though. She's never been here when there's been a geyser in this game. It's always funny. What? Uh-huh. See? I said, look, a giant geyser! And you're never here. Oh, I'm out of ammo, shit. I know, I'm fucking with you, I know. It's just every time I say it, you're never like, who, me? And everyone's always like, where's Gigi? Because you're not predictable at all. Oh, fuck me.
Bye-bye now. Try not to harm me, okay?
Oh my gosh, there are just so many. I can't pick one. Come here, let me shoot you. No, come back. I'm gonna die because they all run away. Salt cured Wagyu steak. Like $3,000. Higher than 3,000 or higher than Gigi's? Lower? 1,200. $2,000. $69,420. 1600, 1201. Fuck you, Dave. Price is Right bullshit. Price is Right rules. I hate it here. Come on down. It'd be cool if you like missed like one shot. Wolfie's just here collecting fish. I hope you get me all the achievements. I'm missing 2 achievements. Or 3 achievements. I don't know. I'm missing a couple. Oh wait, it won't be right. It won't be on mine anymore. It'll be on this new side account. So now we need to get all the achievements again. The Price is Right. I didn't know there was a Price is Right documentary. No, I haven't seen it. I help. You do so good. A giant geyser for me? Who, me? Why am I in here again? Other than XP, obviously. I went to many tapings of the show. Wait, in the hopes that he would, because it's always random, right? Like, you don't know you're gonna be on it, do you? Like, do you know you're gonna be picked? Here to help the other contestants. He got on once. I hope he did. I hope he lived his dream. I just got chocolate on my mouse pad. Hold on. I like the call. Yeah, but so like there's a chance that you can show up and not like come on down, right? Oh no, the chocolate stained it. Guys, look. The chocolate stained. Now it looks like there's poopy. Wait, where'd my... Goes with your thing. Guys. Guys. Aaron Paul. I don't know if you know who she is. She's a very famous TikToker, but Kate Steinberg was also on it. Kate Steinberg is one of the... There's like 3 girls. One of them's Nicole, one of them's Kate, and one of them's Aaron. And they all do a bunch of like early 2000s nostalgia stuff about being a kid. Definitely a recommendation. Let's check it out. I like documentaries. They changed up the rules because of this dude. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. If he, like, figured out a way to break the system, they probably did. Conway knows. How come I keep seeing the thing and I can't grapple to it? Okay, whatever. How do I get up here? Giant geyser is not helping. No, stop launching me in a direction. Just launch me up. Okay, hold on. Let's try it again. Let's go. This way. There we go. Thanks, Gigi. You did it. You got it. You did it. Phew, phew. Boop. 1, 2. Oh, that one's so far. Okay. Whee! Okay, now. That one. I'm concerned. You watch soap operas? Soap operas are... I don't know, man. Like, we all know, like, as a society, like, we all agree they're bad, right? Why do they why do they still, and for so long? Okay. How am I going to... The giant geyser will help me. Okay, so we have to go this way. No, you helped too much. No, 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 no. 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 Got it. We did it, chat. We did it.
I've lost count of the days. It's somewhere in the hundreds.
Amazing.
And I have nothing to
Okay,
show for
now
it.
what?
Why am I still here? Why keep going? As one of only 6 sirens in the universe, I always assumed there was some meaning in it. But here, my powers are pointless.
That one dude was my
What
level.
good is the power to feed if I can't grow?
How do I get further up then? Over my head, I did enjoy the people talking in rooms. You're just like, I don't understand why everyone just talks all the time. Yeah. Fair. And they would like... All the soap operas would always make me laugh, even as a kid, because they would like zoom in on people's faces and just like focus on like their reaction for like 45 seconds before going to commercials. And I'm like, why? Like, nobody sits there for that long without speaking. No, they definitely died. I know a bunch of soap operas where they would die. Oh, but then, like, there's always, like, some twisty twist. Like, it wasn't me. It was my twin sister you didn't know about. Or, like, one soap opera my mom watched killed off a character and then recast that actress as a character that already existed. So, like, her name was Cassie and she was played by, like, one actress and then, like, the the girl who's, I don't remember what her name was. Let's just say her name was Jane. So Jane died, and then they recast Cassie as the girl who played Jane. And I'm like, why? Liam, I'm so, like, already pre-disappointed. Although, Henry has Highlander now. So, like, I know it's not whatever he wanted to make. Was it Warhammer he wanted to make that didn't happen? Oh, I'm stuck! Amnesia, yep. They faked their death. But I remember being like, I would say to my mom, like, I thought this girl was dead. And she'd be like, no, she is dead. And I'm like, then how is she here? And then my mom would be like, oh no, this isn't so-and-so, this is Cassie. And I'm like, wait. Did Cassie die? No, no, no. And I'm like, I'm so confused. Like, it's just totally normal stuff. Bo and Faith, are those people in those shows? I don't know if they're in the ones that my mom watched. Those don't remind me of anything. As the World Turns, that's definitely one of the, you know what I'm talking about? Days of Our Lives. My mom watched Days of Our Lives and she watched As the World Turns. And I don't think she watched any of the others. How do I get up further? Is there a launch thing? Young, oh yeah, yeah. I remember Young and the Restless specifically because when I was little, I used to say Young and the Rest of Us. Because I didn't know. Because I was a fucking idiot. I was a fucking idiot and I just didn't know. I want to pick up some stuff. Okay, so how get uppies? So then how uppies? Because it's very clearly above. Is it above and around? Look at that path. Smell of cigarettes and theme songs. Futurama, everything you say is completely within my expectations. Do you think those shows were our parents' reality shows? No. Because they had reality shows. Not the same. They weren't the same. Like, they weren't like... Like, they weren't like these, like Real Housewives shit. But they had reality shows back then. Those, like we were just talking about, those reality shows were... Survivor. Yeah, I was gonna say my parents watched Survivor, Amazing Race, Big Brother. But I mean, if you want to go older than that, we just talked about it. The Price is Right, Wheel of Fortune. Like they're game shows, but those are still reality shows. You know. Fear Factor. Those were game shows. Yeah. I mean, when did like those like kind of shows start? Yeah, you're right that the genres are slightly different, but like when did they start? Like when's the first like confessional type show, you know? No, I mean like reality shows. I mean, I guess like any documentary really. Since TV began. Late 90s. Yeah, definitely something. I can't think of what it is though. Game shows are definitely old for sure. Well, yeah, talk shows like Sally Jesse Raphael, The Real World. Yeah, what's the first reality show? Survivor started in 2000. Let's see. What's the first reality show? Candid Camera in 1948 is a hidden camera prank show. Or An American Family in 1971, the groundbreaking documentary following a real family. So 1971. Okay, so it says there's no single first reality show as the definition varies. Candid Camera in 1948 is often cited as the first hidden camera show. An American Family in 1973 was the first documentary style series following a real family, and The Real World 1992 is considered the first modern reality show that spawned the current genre. So, Dave was technically, I think, right by saying that this iteration of what we consider a reality show. I don't accept it. Well, then you're right, Dave. You're right yet again. Always right, never wrong. Yeah, I don't know how to get up here. I don't know about that. I mean, clearly... the blooper show, Candid Camera. Yeah, well, Candid Camera was, like, the first, like, prank show that I guess... alright, so how do I get... Like, how do I get up there? Is it really all the way around like that? I think it is. I think it really is all the way around. But then they pulled that into Futurama. Like, he needed to go and, like, help Calculon and stuff like that. Has anyone watched the new Futurama? I actually haven't. I say new Futurama, but really it's like the reboot, the Hulu reboot? The Hulu boot? The Hulu boot? Really love Futurama? I do too. I love, but I haven't. It's coming back. I think so. That's what I heard. But yeah, like I said, I haven't watched it yet. I just haven't. I don't know why. There's no reason why, really. See, why? Why is that a thing? Oh, nice. Okay, so this is up top. So they're starting to get a little tankier. Not necessarily harder, but they're definitely getting tankier. I just want to take him out a little early. How could you forget you were making cookies? I was just eating cookies. Oh, really? Yes, really. Nice. Oh my gosh, more? Oh, you threw a fucking thing, didn't you? No! Okay, now. How do I make this go down? Soft cookies are the best cookies. Guys, these McDonald's cookies are not bad, if I'm being honest. Alright, so how do I make this go down? Is this not yet? Is this a story thing later? Is there a thing I can grab? A lever I can pull? No? Wait, what about from the other side? This thought of cookies just does not exist. Yeah, so true, Misty, so true. Hmm? Arm. Arm. Wow, that is a long snipper. Ooh, some real fancy fancies. What do you mean locked? What do you mean locked? Porque Maria!
Run if you want.
Do I have to come back here? It's locked. Jeepers creepers, where'd you get them cookies? Jeepers creepers, where'd you get them snacks? Right, that's how the song goes, right? Pretty sure that's how that song goes. Yep, thought so. I thought so. What? What? Oh, I can't get up there, but then if I go up, then I bet you it goes around, and then it goes there, and then it goes there. I'll bet you. I'll bet you. Jazz hands. No. It's clearly the song from the very hit movie Jeepers Creepers. No, she said it was the worst thing she ever experienced in her life. It was the worst thing ever. No, she said she had fun. I keep burning strap in the line. Whoa, there's still so much to explore. I can't. This is blocked. This is blocked. Okay, so. And then I assume that this goes over here. Okay, I can't do any of this. I can't do it. No way. No way. There's no way that's a thing. You're going out for cookies now? Honestly, I know fast food is meh, but if you get them nice and fresh, the McDonald's chocolate chip cookies was like $5.69 for like 13 of them. I'll be taking the rest to work tomorrow, obviously, but... And they're not bad. If you get them nice and fresh and they're warm, they're really not bad. Like, they're decent. They're pretty decently good cookies. Like, they're not crumble, but, like, they're better than, like, Chips Ahoy. Just going to the convenience store. Fair. The new gold sauce? I haven't. What is it supposed to be? First of all, I don't even have a bong, guys. I don't even have a bong. I have a little tiny... I have the world's tiniest little bubbler. Something sweet and tangy. Interesting. The Dusty Dangler. Gross. Ye olde Dusty Dangler. Dude, it's okay. I mean, gold sauce makes me think like it's probably gonna be like a honey barbecue, sweet and tangy barbecue. Oh, here we go. Ye olde Dusty Dangler. Hi, PJ. Oh, look at those abs, PJ. Oh, you're a little dirty. You need a shower.
My J! My J!
Oh, I would like a J as well, but I don't have one, so excuse me a moment. Hey. I'm just trying to get my smoke on. Boom. Boom. All right, let's talk to him again. PJ, who needs his JJ.
My J! My J!
My peen!
What's your problem?
The legends speak of ambrosia, of the greatest meal in existence, the PBJ. My entire life has been spent in search of these 3 magical ingredients.
Oh, well, your problem is that two of them are one ingredient.
And I finally tracked down the J, but I am too unskilled to reach it. Please,
I think your PB&J is
speak yourself
wrong.
to the buoy, retrieve the J, and bring it back to me.
I think your
Yeah, okay.
PB&J sandwich is incorrect.
Contestants are saved!
You want to eat sludge scraped off of a beached buoy?
No time, go!
I don't know how I feel about it, sir. Being a ripper got me a body like that. Sign me up. Well, you have to be, in fucking sane, first of all. So there's that. Hello? What are y'all? Razor fins! How cute. Give.
That's it! The final
The J!
Return the J to me before it coagulates! Go, go, go!
I'm going! There's something bad. My Uber Eats order said the apartments, not the houses, and I watched the driver make circles around the houses for half an hour. He didn't know English, so he was confused by apartments. Aw. Poor guy. Oh, wait. Where is he? He's over here. Wait, where did you go? Wait, where did he go? Where did he go? Oh, he's over here now. I'm concerned. What is your P and your G and your J? What is your P and your B and your J?
After 20 years of searching and perfecting the flavors, I finally
Oh, his hair just went down.
For P, butt stuff for B, goop for J.
Dude, goop starts with G.
God damn it!
Did anybody catch the butt stuff? Yeah, I also just fucking kill myself when I can't make my dinner too. Yeah, I also just fucking yeet out into the middle of the ocean when I can't make my dinner too. The Borderlands, man. Borderlands. Borderlands. Are we allowed to talk about butt stuff? No. Sorry, this is a bit out of left field, but do you like butt stuff? I am the man with no name, Zap Brannigan. Oh my gosh. Zap Brannigan stream when, Bizarro? Zap Brannigan cosplay stream when? On twitch.tv/Izaro. Love to get my velour pressed. Fuck yeah. Okay, well, first of all, I can't fly, so how was I supposed to go that way? And I died there before because that's crazy. I can't. Oh, I can? Hold on. Where does this go? Huh? Whoa. No butt stuff in this good Christian Minecraft server. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you for keeping the peace. Someone has to do it. This way now? Okay. Now... Oh, okay. Well, first of all... Stop flying all over the place! V for Rappling Brook. What's in here? Oh, I can't. Oh, I can't. It is literally telling me no. Why? But I want to. Sour candies? Yes. But I wanna. One of your favorite guns is Torg now? Which one? And is it Torg or did it just roll with a Torg thing on it? Ooh. It denied me. I want to go. The game is like, finish the story, dumb bitch. Gotta get used to that, yeah. What gun is it, though? Okay, so I can't do that. Alright, so let's do this. Let's get the scythe. Chaos Sun. My foot itches.
This'll line my pockets nice.
Catch a warthog! What? What? Where is it? It's, oh, here it is. What's up, bandit? It is pretty huge, isn't it? It's kind of crazy. Oof, oof, oof. Okay. Don't really need any of those right this very second, though, and my inventory is full. I guess we'll just start this one, right? I guess. I'm almost at the point where I'm try again, Krista. I'm like a fourth of the way through 29. Once I hit 30, I can get my new weapons out of storage from, I think, my pre-order bonus, maybe, whatever it was.
My gravesite.
Don't twitch and drive. I'm having so much fun. Are you a Borderlands fan? If you liked 3, if you liked the gameplay of 3 and the movability of 3, you will love 4.
In shedding our bolts, we are reborn. The risk may frighten you, but there is nothing to fear in
fate. I have seen our destiny, Kairos. We will rise together and defeat the Order. The Timekeeper's
Is it right? Literally right here?
ours is beginning. All it takes to join the future
No, it's up.
is one
V for grappling hook.
Hey babes, I'm back with my new segment, like, what are you even wearing? First, let's
Like,
discuss
what
those
are you
casual
even-
girlies. Don't get me wrong, I'm all about the layers, but like, what are you even wearing?
What are you even wearing?
Darlings, elevate that fit, bitch. Some dark
Elevate that
skin
fit,
light went the
bitch.
wrong way. And don't even get me started on gold accents or that whole black on black monochromatic situation I've been seeing. More of that, please. Of course, I have to mention Callus out there being a literal icon. Shame she's so problematic, though. I guess if you're gonna be fierce, right? Okay, that's all for me today. Remember, babes, elevate that fit.
Remember, babes. Elevate that fit, babes. But there's an Evocarium somewhere. Where is it? Where is it? Wait, below? Where?
I almost feel bad for you.
Where? Oh, there it is. It's kind of dumb. Okay. One. Can't see two. Okay, so three is over here. Okay, what? Weird, but okay. If a tree falls in the woods, I'll kill someone. Okay, so it's one. And then the other one's through here somewhere, but I bet you it's top. Oh, no? Oh, it's right there, okay. Well, not much better, honestly. I'm here, but I'm not answering. Oh my gosh.
I'm a killer.
Okay. Nice. So get up.
Planting a death seed.
There it is. Okay. Gameplay has always been amazing. I know I'm the only one who complained about Borderlands. Basically, couldn't be serious. I heard this team was working on this, so I decided to hold off until the Ultimate Edition drops. So, in terms of story, not very far yet. I can't really speak on that. But in terms of gameplay, it really, truly is so much fun. I'm finding the gameplay to be the most fun out of all of it.
Do you even know what you want?
Never fear, the highest IQ is here.
Choose Dragon Wings? Yeah, that's my ability. Eldritch Blast.
I died how I lived.
Okay, that did not want to grab anything. Cool. How do I get up on the top? Oh, here we go. Stuck on nothing? There it is.
Slouching towards success.
It's over here. Yes, it is crossplay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll show you in a second. The whole ability.
grasslands to explore the mountain range.
So here's some people over here.
And the wind
So
tears at my thin
it's
cloak. But there
a
is less
mode for her specifically. It's a mode. So you turn into this and then you throw blasts. And then it leaves like little orbs, and anything that goes in there also like goes off. Yeah. It's pretty cool. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. I'm not out of ammo. What do you mean? And because you have a... So you have a double jump. But then you also have something which is new to this game, which is new to the Borderlands franchise. You have a jetpack, or like a jet thing, whatever. So you can do things like drift. You can do things like you can like jump and then like dodge out of the way. Now we're all nice and clear, and then I can turn it off and save my recharge a bit. Mm-hmm. It's fun. I love it. I do a lot of like my new favorite thing in this one is like I'll do like a double jump like this, and I'll like throw a grenade on my way down, like, and then back out. Like, I love it. It feels the movement feels so good. It feels so fun. Like the drift. So good. I love it. It feels so good. It feels so fun. Like, it actually like makes me want to get into more fights so I can do fun stuff. Okay, so it's up there. Can I go? There's no way you can make that jump over there. Maybe. Oh, maybe you can. Maybe. Holding, it's so good. I'm telling you, even if the story isn't like the best story in the Borderlands franchise, it's so fun to play. It feels so good to play. And another thing, there's no more like going to a catch-a-ride station. Look. It feels so good. I haven't gotten very far in the story, so as I said, I can't speak on the story yet. I'm not very far.
You're making my skin crawl.
It's so fun to play. Things by. Who am I missing? Somebody right here? Yeah, you. Boy. Which Borderlands have played? 1, 2, pre-sequel 3, Wonderlands chapter of the... Okay, I have played 1, 2, 3, Tales 1, Tales 2, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Technically, I have the Tiny Tina's expansion as its own, but I played it in 2. And I don't know if I said pre-sequel, but I have played pre-sequel as well. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, pre-sequel, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, and then Tales 1 and 2. Yeah. The Tales ones are okay, but they're so different, you know? Get up there. It's gotta be a... There's gotta be a thing! The bird squawking. Oh my god. Is there... Oh, it was right there. Grappling hook as well, if you didn't see that before. Where did you just come from, sir? Don't hit me. That's it? Yep, that's it. Okay, cool.
Sublime.
From Tales 2, like it's canon now? I mean, technically. How much stuff from the Tales games have come over to main games? All of Tales 1? All of it? Yeah, I think most of it, yeah. Juggernaut's Lapse. Ooh, what's this?
Dr. Z's Gore Emporium.
Encouraging Cask.
So you don't have
15 chance for enemies to drop an armor shard. 35 damage. Oh, yeah, that's right. He did. That's... Yeah. Yeah, mine's better. Okay.
When you need immediate medical
What do you got?
desires are limited.
A Buzzy-Muzz. Buzzy-Muzz. An ice cream sandwich? Oh my gosh. Soccer.
You're taking all me money. Guess I'll have to steal some more.
I guess I'll have to steal some more. Yeah, I guess you will. Wait, do I have any class mods that I can't use? Yeah, this one and this one I can't use. And ice cream, doesn't it though? Like a sandwich, like ice cream in between 2 of the cookies that I bought. Ugh. Oh my god, that would be so good. That'd be so good. That'd be so good. Whoa, there's a vault fragment hidden somewhere. That's a huge search area though. Why that way though? Isn't the other way faster? Yeah, see? It's not faster. Sorry, coming through. Sorry. Okay, there's a vault signal here. Okay. This way, does it go up? That would be the whole universe. Okay, now it's gone. Okay. Let's go this way. One tiny box, get one, buy one, get one free. Excuse me. Spied in the now. I don't like you. I don't like you. Stop being you. I think I missed. Block? How are you blocking my shit? Ooh. Yeah, I knew it. Good. I'm going so far to the side, my hand's like almost off my desk. I have to like move my hand. Oh no, I just have to last a little longer till my thing is there. You go. Nice. You fuckers. Cool. This is crazy right now. Why is it going so slow? Oh my god. This is not the best weapons for these. Hold on. Ugh. My eye was itching so bad I had to pause. Oh my gosh. Okay. I need some fucking ammo though. I need ammo! Shit. Shit. Give me somebody. Come here. Quick! Quick! Don't run away! Where the fuck? I got any ammo. Please have ammo in here, please. Yep. Okay. Ooh, snap. Oh no. Got him. I do not have good guns for aerial people right now. Ah! What? Okay, what is spoiler rule? Okay, hold on, what? Miss Destiny too much. Legendary SMGs. Destiny 1. So slow in the expects. Remove the story in this cutscene with Katie's death. Wait, Pink Swiss or spoiler room? Oh. Are you talking about, like, we're not playing that game, so I mean, I guess that's fine. And yeah, it's mad old. I wouldn't consider that a spoiler anymore. Personally. Personally. I only have one. My SMG is legendary.
So easy.
I had that legendary pistol that like did the auto aim, but it's kind of like faded out now. But I'm just trying to get to 30 because I have two things in my storage that are level 30. Verdict. It's okay. This one is a little weird because it's like it like does like a weird spray and pray, but it does like a weird tracking spray and pray. So it like goes all over the place, but it ends up going to its destination, which is just that's so funny and so strange if you think about it, you know. All right, I need to get rid of. Oh no, I just dropped a bunch of stuff. That's right. I can pick up all this. Oh, holding down E doesn't pick up everything. Wait, was there more loot where the other half of his body died? Yeah, there was. I got that SMG as Atlas. I thought it had that Atlas modifier for tracking. Hold on. It's the Lionized Burt's Bees. Mine's a Vladoff, but it has Daedalus license multi-loader. And the legendary is Hive Mind. What was spoiled? Why would you spoil that for me? What was what was spoiled? And I absolutely loved it. Yeah, it's pretty fun so far. Again, it's gonna be leveled out pretty soon, but as long as it, you know, nothing else takes its place, I guess. Okay, now what next? Oh yeah, I started looking. Oh yeah, hold on. Let me get this. And then let's go back for that key fragment. Tori with the 70 streakies. What just hit me? Oh, hi. Is there any place for me to get up here? No.
Just grab hold of your bolt and pull. Nothing could be simpler.
Okay, so this is a 1. There's something up, but I don't know how to get up. Here we go. But then there's not another thing here, so... What the hell's that? Interesting. Nice. Talking to a friend about software development. Wow, what a schnerd. Debating getting 4 though. You and Pink will need a team. Oh, Pink will need a team. Yeah. Oh, we're getting level 2 now. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, 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 okay. 3. Now back to 2, but if I go in here, will it go back to 3? Doesn't look like it so far. Wait, they have interactions now when they die? She said you should be a dad, and then as he died, he said you'd make a great mother. Oh shit, oh shit. Oh no. Okay, I somehow pulled that off.
Crazy little children are dangling the keys! Ow! I'll quit your bitching!
Absolutely love it. Honestly, I said this another night, like, the AI on this one is so much like, it's frustrating as a player because you want the AI to be stupid so that you win. But the AI is so much smarter. Like, they move out of, like, predictable, like, things. Like, when you throw grenades, sometimes they dive out of the way. Like, it's so much smarter. That was really healing, but okay, sure. Where's the fucking turret? I hear it, but I don't fucking see it. There it is.
Shadows are closing in!
I just wanted faith and quiet, and you could
Fuck you! Yeah. That's right. Yeah, they do try to flank you. It's crazy. They definitely increased the AI for sure. Hello? Oh, you son of a bitch. Dropping a turret right down next to me as you died. Man, this grenade's fine, but the other one was so much better. The carpet matches. Telling you, that's what they said. I'm telling you. Matches the crepes. Yes. I always coordinate my desserts with my undergarments. Oh. Okay, so that was not even where to go. That's fine. Where are we going? We're going here. Ish. 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 Oh, hi. Oh, hi.
Gimme, gimme, gimme.
Yes. I didn't even realize what that was until I was here. Yay. Don't fall. Okay, good. Wee. Okay, so I'm at a level 2 here. I was level 3 right before I got to here. So 2. Yeah, it like spits it out. It's like teh. Have your stupid guns, teh. Oh, look, I did it! Oh my gosh, look! Yay!
Another step toward untold riches or unspeakable doom.
I did it.
Either way, it's not
I'm
boring.
so good at games. Oh, here we go, fishing. 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 Wait, no, get up so I can go fishing. Get up. Oh my gosh, fishing. Go over there. Fishing. Go over there. I need a fish. Not cans of soda pop. Gosh, there's an achievement for like, actually, I think for fishing. Pay attention to the gameplay. Yeah. Who was here? Who was here the night that the bot was getting like real sassy and was like, hey, like it's fun that like we can make jokes and stuff, but like let's watch the gameplay. Because that was so funny. The bot was getting real sassy. I remember that. Yeah. I believe you have overlooked our swords. Oh no. But now I made the both of them swords, so now they're just gonna sit here and they're just gonna fucking sword fight all the time instead of paying attention at chat. Great, look what I've done. There's nothing over here. Why am I here? Whatever we're discovering, I guess. Oh, I definitely can't get up there. Hold on. Maybe I can get up here? There we go. Are you? I think you can. I think dual, exclamation point dual, I think with their name, I think is actually a thing. Gasp. I let you in, it's fine. Yeah, definitely. As he's like wiping the sweat off his brow. I let you in. It was cold. I gotta chill. I gotta chill. Daddy chill. Oh, hey, can I get in here? You know what, though? Oh, wait. No. That was a debate. I was gonna say, nothing can keep you out if you can fly over, but apparently I ran out of stamina immediately. No unknown assholes allowed. But I'm a known asshole, you know? Like, people know me as an asshole, you know? You know? Get up, get up, get up. Why are you keeping me? Why are you keeping me out? I can get up here. Road. Rude. Oh, disrespectful. All right. Let's try this place and then what time is it? 11:17. Well, maybe we shouldn't try any story stuff tonight. Maybe we should just fill in the map and side quest the rest of the night. Only because I cannot stay up late again. I stayed up the past like 3 nights till like 4. Well, the past 2 nights till 4. And then I even stayed up late on Thursday because we got raided. Oh my god, why? What do you mean, why? New game hype! Don't know how to do those yet, okay? That's fine, I guess. Yeah. 4 a.m.? Yeah, I was playing. What do you mean? I was on stream! Fake fan! Fake fan! Oh my gosh, is it really that far? Oh my gosh, it's really that far. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. I guess we're going that way. I love my sleep too much. Fair. I accidentally slept in today and I was late to my own stream. I've literally never slept and missed my own stream. That's definitely not accurate. And it definitely has not happened like the past several months, at least once a week. Because that would be crazy. Listen, I'm just an old lady, guys. You stay at past 4? Yeah, but you work until like 5 a.m. What is hurting my vehicle? Don't be a jabroni. Jabroni macaroni. The dusty dangler. Got it. What's this? Oh, nothing. Came down out to work. No sleep, don't recommend it. Oof. Guess she really doesn't like Borderlands that much. I guess so.
I could buff that out.
Wurmst?
Damn it.
That was a lie? Why did you tell me to go there? Oh wait, where are we? Oh no, I passed this. Wait, can we go here? Can we go there? Let's go. The Deckled Sprawl. I just launched that person. Wait, that's like story stuff. Hold on. Wait, is this it? Did I discover this now?
We're good.
Yeah, everything's just glowing orange. We're totally fine.
Why so twitchy?
Whee! Oh, this is where we are, huh? Whee! Oh, he knows. That's not a new opinion. I just got here. They're both dead. That man just got yeeted.
Like you had a chance. Like you had a chance.
This one's kind of wacky. The shotgun, I mean. It's a shotgun, but it has... So remember how I said that there's different manufacturers and how each manufacturer has like a gimmick? So this is a shotgun, but it's a Torg shotgun, so everything explodes. Torg's shtick is everything he makes explodes.
Walking the runway. As freaking
What is going on in the sky?
Not today, asshole.
No, that's Tedior. It's a shame that it wasn't clean, but my Yeet or Be Yeetin' shirt is about Borderlands. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Ooh, that was very conveniently placed barrel. So was that one.
You're done for. As freaking if.
As freaking if. Yeah, as if of that too. Nice. Nice and clear, just the way I like it. Okay. That was one of your faves? The ones you throw? Yeah, the tedious ones are fun for sure. Over there. I do eventually have to go pick up my my lost loot. The X Crucible. Let's go fuck up some people's day. What do you say, chat? Okay, let's do it. Don't gotta tell me twice. Don't gotta tell me twice. Oh shoot, that was... I fell. I'm gonna fuck up my own day. Where are you going, sir? Come back. I'm gonna die. I need someone to shoot. Easy. Come here, easy. Sheesh. No! Overwatch man to the rescue! Did he try to swat it away and it got stuck to his hand? Because that's beautiful. Also, you can't swat away a grenade, silly. Who is left? Oh, you. Nice. Oh, let's get all this loot. What are these purples? Performative truncheon. New gamers, because I'm so bad at playing games, like I feel like I get the deluxe edition too, right? I always get whatever one comes with the free DLCs, which I know people are like, and you're part of the problem, but like I found it, like I don't want to have to pay for the DLC later if I end up liking it, so just get it now. You're already buying the fucking game anyway, you know? That one actually might fucking slap. It's fun. And if you are not having fun, chat, repeat after me. Fun will be assigned to you. If you are not having fun, fun will be assigned to you. I'm gonna fucking try this one. Huh? The firmware section of your vault hunters. Hover over each icon to view. Okay. Splash rating increased by 20. Cool. Oh, we're not dropping our legendary. What the hell was that? Come on, game. Need a snack. Gonna boil a cuppa.
It's misery, baby.
Cuppa.
You're just pretending anyway.
Ah! Sheesh! Oh, a whole ass ship is here? That's fine. A whole ass ship. Oh my god. Give me somebody, please. There's no fucking way right now. Supreme Ultimate Vault Hunter mode. Super Ultimate Vault Hunter mode. Supremely, ultimately, super duper Vault Hunter mode. Okay, well, shit. Can we get over here? Oh, we shall... Oh, there's not a thing. I was like, alright. So apparently we just have to fall off the edge of this and see what's underneath, but... Wherpst. Wherpst. Sorry. That was not on purpose, but very funny. The GG strat. Fall. Fall down lower.
Hell yeah!
So this is not where I want to be. You've maxed out your suck. Same, bestie, same. Alright, so I just went in a big circle. Okay, so it's 70. So it's right here below.
I'ma manufacture your death.
I'ma manufacture your dick. Death. Yep. That would be a dildo. No, it could be a manufactured one. Could make it in a lab. Lab grown. They do it to diamonds, you know? Oh my gosh, is it over here? Fucking yeet. Hell yeah. A bunker, you say? Oh, I can't though. I don't have things. So I guess you're gonna have to be able to get it as an element. Like it's just gonna have to be. Wait, is there one over here? There is. Gaming. Gaming. She's gaming. The Crawlcroft. What am I stuck on? Oh, they didn't close the door. I just suck. Okay.
Time to explode.
No way. No way. No way.
So easy.
It's lonely at the bottom. No, it's not, buddy. There's so many of us here. It's all good. Okay, where's this sniper bitch? There you are. I see you. Oh my god, get exploded. Is this just loot? Is this all the loot? Oh, no. Explore bunker. There's still more. There's more. What's this? Ooh. But wait, there's more. Eat my game? What? Started at the bottom, now we still at the bottom. Okay, so where do I go to continue exploring? Do I go up where he was? Oh, nope. This door is ajar. This door is ajar! Which means... Is there not a thing to shut? Huh? Is it broken? I didn't shame, I exclaim. Alright, there's something I'm missing. A button or a switch or something to interact with. Because this door is not opening. But there's not, as far as I can see, there's not a switch in there. That. Thing is glowing green. That I can see. There's nothing in here. Is this supposed to be open? Oh my god. I did. Is that? Oh, that has not always been a thing, and that has not always been a thing in Borderlands. I just wanted to. I was like, I think I can fit through here. They're definitely using space in as a an obstacle in this game. That's interesting.
Resistance has been revoked. Nice try.
Yeah, they're definitely using space. Overwatch man! Is this motherfucker going in circles? It's more noticeable, I can imagine. Alright, so that's more down there. And then there's more here, too. But I don't think we should go that way yet. Yeah, see, look, here's a slide under. It's very interesting.
Your existence is tedious. Catch this! Picking up on that death data?
Ah! Oh my god, that sniper is kind of annoying.
Am I a joke to you?
Am I a joke to you? Yeah. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. So continue exploring. Ooh. What just hit me? It's gooping me. Oh. Is this a purple? Oh wait, I have 2 assault rifles on. Since when did that happen? That's supposed to be here. Interesting. Type. SMG. How'd that happen? That was here. So then this one we have to compare. Type SMG. That was weird. I don't know how that happened. Hi Artsy, how are you? Welcome in. Okay. So we can continue through here. Ah, yep. Okay. Wait, is this the end? Did I reach the end? I just heard a fast travel thing. Oh, looks like I reached the end.
For sale, baby shield, never worn. You sanitized it. You done with this?
You done with this?
No takebacks.
Okay.
Unless you really see, that wasn't so bad now, was it?
Okay, there's gonna be a boss at the bottom of this, I imagine. Practice. You do, okay. So you're like a dude under the suit, I see. Whoa!
I hate those things.
Bro hits hard.
Love these things.
Under the suit, nobody beat us. Fry us and eat us in fricassee. We what the land folks like to cook. Under the sea, we off the hook. Ah!
Catch this. No mercy.
Ooh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. I was not gonna be able to catch that up in time. Holy shit. Okay. This is crazy. ammo?
I don't think so. You're about to be null and voided. You lose.
Holy shit.
Bomb explosions.
Okay, so how do I get rid of this field of whatever this is? Oh, it's right there. Bruh, give me some ammo. Oh, his fucking shield's back? Annoying.
Always feels good.
So I've got to get rid of that thing before he gains his shield back, obviously.
Tell the timekeeper it was me. Love these things.
Oh my god. This is crazy. I need to get his fucking shields down.
You look ridiculous.
This is crazy. Like, his shield is crazy.
Ready to be scrapped?
Fuck, I'm gonna go down. Alexa, stop. Oh my god, I just ran out of ammo right now. Are you kidding me? This is the problem. This is the problem here. Woo! That was crazy. Oh, my heart is pounding. That was crazy. Where's the loot from him? Just blues. Okay. Cool. Perfect timing too, because I gotta pee and it's time to end stream, so perfect. All right. Well done. Thank you. Oh, I gotta pee though. Do you guys mind? Will you guys hang for just a moment so I can pee before we raid out? Do you guys mind just for a minute? Just for a minute. Let me pee before we raid out, please. Pretty please, pretty please. What are you doing? Come on. I know I scared you because I bumped the gate when I went out. I know. I know I scared you. I scared you. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you for waiting. I was like, if I have to go and find someone to raid, I was like, I might pee my pants. I had to pee that whole boss fight. All right. Thanks for hanging this weekend, guys. Thank you everybody who donated towards our emote goal. It helps, excuse me, helps get us just that much closer to new emotes. This was fun. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for spending the weekend with me, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the raids and all that. We did really good like stream numbers this weekend. We did really well. So it means a lot that you guys spent the weekend with me. Do you want to go to Victoria again? Do you want to go to Victoria again? Let me see who else. None of my friends are on right now. So yeah, I'll bring you to Victoria's again. You like her, right? I like her. I like her a lot. I don't know if she's everybody's cup of tea, but I like her a lot. And she raided me twice this weekend. Gave me lots and lots of love, you know, so we're gonna go hang out with her again. She gave me 2 raids this weekend. All that. Yeah. thanks for hanging, guys. I should be live again tomorrow, unless, of course, work goes crazy, but it hasn't been the last week, so hopefully, fingers crossed. I'm gonna try to get some rest after this wonderfully fun, amazing weekend. I appreciate you all for being here. Thank you so much to everybody who donated towards our emotes. We are that much closer to having all of our emotes so we can premiere them all at once. But yeah, I'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow. Fingers crossed, I'll see you guys tomorrow. If not, you know the deal. I'll see you when I see you. Go say hey to Vic. Thank her for hanging out with us this weekend. All that jazz. Bye!